is a good laning phase for the Juggernaut, though. You have the Shaman, you
Yep.
have the spin, but I'm not sure if the Shaman is going to be on the position 5 role because you have the Jakiro. Normally, the Jakiro is a better position 5 than the position 4, so I do very much think it'll just be a Shaman for their off lane, but I'm not sure who they pair the Shaman up with. Uh, they'll go for the offlane. They'll keep their offlane pick for that last pick, and they'll pick up a Storm Spirit. This is Pota's. I believe this is Pota's most successful hero, just in terms of whenever I've costed Veroja or Indo with Pota having their Storm, they've always been able to come out with a win. The one
Yeah.
surprising thing, though, played is the fact that Carstensz, they're not banning out the Meepo. This is perhaps CJ's favorite hero and best hero to play.
Maybe they have something up their sleeve for it, right? Like, you know, you have ultimate last pick, so you can kind of just bait it out if you need to. And I think the Tide has some pretty okay matchups into the Meepo. Gyrocopter's not bad in a Meepo either. Like the flat cannon, you're always gonna hit something, and even if you get Mega Meepo, Shadow Demon is pretty good with the ultimate at just dealing, kiting that out. So I don't think it's necessarily a great Meepo game, but you do still have to contend with the things like the Earthshakers of the world. Earthshaker is one of the better heroes into both Juggernaut and Storm Spirit. Just a blind fissure from nowhere can get you killed very easily. So it's kind of tough to kind of pick that, even though you don't have last pick, right?
Yeah, it is certainly most of Veroja's games. To be fair, when they do pick up the Meepo, it looks like hard Meepo games. Though
Yeah,
CJ is able to make it work. I mean, just in the group stage, right? Veroja came out with a Meepo, and Carstensz had heroes like the Viper, Disruptor, Hoodwink, Ursa. You would imagine they would have been able to deal with the Meepo that came out against them,
yeah.
but they got destroyed within 26 minutes. So it's always I've always been of the opinion that it's not certain players can make the Meepo work in a lot of circumstances. But let's see what Veroja do go for. This is a pretty good Storm game. There's not a single stun against the Storm right now. You mentioned the Fisher and stuff, spells like that, and that I think Carstensz will need to go for because outside of that Tidehunter shard, it doesn't really seem like the Storm will have much of a contest.
Well, I think the other problem too, right, is like you've saved your counter pick to the Storm as the last pick, and you kind of also need a way to deal with the Juggernaut. You have ways of keeping yourself alive from Omni, but I don't see a big, or easy way of killing the the Juggernaut early on. This Brewmaster pickup for Indo is really surprising to me. Brewmaster is hot garbage into Gyrocopter. You can very easily kill the Brewlings with the flat cannon. So I'm very surprised to see that hero getting picked up here. Maybe Indo we're thinking, hey, we need some more tower push. We have Jakir, we have Shadow Shaman. Let's keep putting the pressure on, add another layer with the Brewmaster, and then we're just gonna dominate team fights with all of our team fighting spells and control objectives that way. I think Carstensz are on a really big cooldown timer with the Tidehunter. Sure, you can buy the Aghanim Scepter and gush spam, but at some point, right, you're always gonna have Brewmaster ulti for Ravage. You're always gonna have Omnislash for Ravage as well. Oh
You're also
god.
going to have the Wind Bruling sending the gyrocopter up into the air, and then
Yeah.
Carstensz will have to try to fight 4v5. So it very much does seem like Indoor Rejects, at least in my opinion, have the better draft just in terms of being able to execute things a lot easier. Queen of Pain is always going to be the strong matchup against the Storm Spirit in the
Yep.
lane, but as the game goes on, Storm is, I think, a lot stronger, especially since you have better disables against the Queen of Pain than Carstensz have disables against the Storm.
I mean, really, the only thing you have is Snowball into Walrus Puncher Storm, Ravage. I do you the shard from the Tidehunter does stop Storm
Yeah.
from zipping, right? That is the other, really, key factor that you could look at here, but it's not hard for Veroja to kill that anchor on the Storm. I mean, Storm can do it himself, to be fair. And if there's a Juggernaut nearby, he can spin and hit it too, and it's kind of hard to get any
Jakiro's
follow-up there.
dual, twin terror, 2 hits
Yeah,
on the anchor, and is it's gonna die. It's gonna get taken out very quickly into once it's initiated. So Carstensz, I mean, they really have to come in with some next level damage against indoor rejects if they want to take the storm down. Because if you leave the storm to his own devices, then he will just target your backline. He will always be able to go for your shadow demon, force out the shadow demon's save. Ren will have to disrupt himself. He won't have that for his gyrocopter, and then the rest of Carstensz are going to move in on the gyro or even on the Queen of Pain. And Carstensz, they're not exact. They're sure they have some good counter initiation, but they can't fight back if they're disabled. Is the
yeah.
problem?
I do think there's something to, there is something to consider because you have double save support on Carstensz. You have the Shadow Demon and you also have the Tusk. So if the Shadow Demon ever gets caught, the Storm will be a good snowball target for the Tusk to, protect the Shadow Demon with. And if the Tusk ever gets gone on, then you have Disruption. And it's going to be a lot of mana that you have to burn on the Storm. I think these early levels are going to be really critical for Pota 2. If you start getting behind and you don't have the galvanized stacks to like actually push and push and push, you're not really killing a core unless you have +1 or +2, right? Like Tidehunter's not going to die to a Storm Spirit early on. Gyrocopter's pretty hard to kill with the Shadow Demon saving them. And unless you can, have enough mana to get the initiation on Quap and then follow the Quap after they blank, you're going to run into problems where you go in deep, yeah, maybe you get the kill on support, but you're going to be really low mana after that point, so you are really relying on your team to follow up with you really competitively. We'll be able to see if Pota 2 can really push the limits on these storm jumps, but that is going to be the critical factor, I think, for this game, is whether or not Pota 2 can have that good game on the storm and, carry these team fight tempos.
Yeah, I think it's a similar case for the Queen of Pain because there's not a lot of tanky heroes on Veroja apart from that Brewmaster, who,
Yeah,
by the way, even got nerfed on that strength gain. So now Brewmaster isn't that really high tanky hero that he used to be. That Sonic Wave pure damage on that Jakiro, Shadow Shaman, Juggernaut, or even the Storm Spirit, you can take them down. And there is a world in which even your limited disables with your Walrus Punch and your Snowball and your Ravage, right, that you barely have 2 or 3 seconds of a disable.
yeah.
But with the high pure damage coming in from the Queen of Pain, maybe Carstensz can get the job done. I suppose it is just about, it is one aspect is, like you mentioned, how well they can punish the Storm Spirit's aggressiveness, and I suppose the other aspect is how well they can play with their limited disables too.
Well, right? So when you have limited disables, you really need a quick time to kill, right? Like if
Yeah.
the more time you spend killing people, the more you need disables, right? But if you're killing people in the Ravage, right, then you don't really need more disables than that. And we have this combination, right? We've seen this Tusk, Drinking Buddies, and the Gyrocopter for the extra damage on the Flak Cannon. If Omq gets off to a really strong start, I can see the time to kill on the backline on a lot of these heroes being very quick. This Flak Cannon does do quite a lot of damage. We did see, I believe, there was a team that got a Rampage with a Gyrocopter at a Roche Pit fight not too long ago in EPL. It was quite insane. It wasn't even with the Tusk, it was just the 5-man black hole. But it was clearly the Gyrocopter that got the Rampage, so it was it was all them, nobody else.
Well, I'm definitely a fan of rampages.
Yeah, yeah.
It's always fun to look out for. This safe lane from Veroja, it does seem like the Juggernaut should struggle, but then you also have the Jakiro with the liquid fire that is gonna get constantly spammed out. It
Yep.
seems like these melee cores are going to be suffering quite a bit.
Well, how much does we've been seeing a lot more Tidehunter, right, Tultris, after the
Yeah.
most recent patch, or all the facet changes. What is it about the Tidehunter now that normally you don't see a hero get basically pick 0% up to almost 100? Like what's up with this guy now?
I think it was just his blubber change, which triggers an anchor smash, and because it's around 450 damage, you not only dispel away most debuffs, it's a strong dispel. You also trigger an anchor smash, which is quite a bit of damage, particularly if you build up the facet with the damage. But now, since the most recent nerf, you're not going for that kind of a build. You're now going for the Kraken Swell facet, and then you just rush the Aghanim Scepter. It's a great ability, -6 armor. It's I think 20% or 40% slow, and it applies on everyone. So it really is that forward pushing ability that you are looking for. But is it going to be enough? Is Tidehunter now an S tier pick on the offlane? I'm not so sure because of his very high cooldown on his Ravage.
That was very untraditional. The cooldown reliance on these offlaners has not been something that, you know, we normally see, right? The Marses and the Centaurs of our time do get, you know, duration reduction talents, so it is kind of a lot easier for them to play, be more active in these games. But you know,
even in this game, the Tidehunter's Ravage is 150 second of cooldown. Queen of Pain has a 110-second cooldown on her Sonic Wave. Sure, she gets that level 20 talent where the Sonic Wave gets reduced and is spammable, but you know, Carstensz really need their ultimates to be able to win fights. So now they're dependent on these high 100+ second cooldowns to be able to get anything done in the team fights.
Although good, you know, the nice thing about the synergy in this game with the Aghanim Scepter on the Tidehunter is, again, you have the Gyrocopter. It feels like a lot of this raft has just been, let's get Gyrocopter, and let's get them doing as much damage as they can with Fly Cannon. And with the Gush minus armor, that's a really good combo. To think about Shackle up top, though, the shards are gonna block off Q. No, Hartle! That's not the right way you want to go. He's turned into a chicken for his crimes against dire kind. They will continue to put the pressure out on him. Maybe a dive. No, Mawos calls it off, and boo how. Give yourself a pat on the back, but it's really Hartle that threw that one.
That is a big kill. I mean, you want to disable the only source of physical damage coming in, or that is going to be coming in, that is the Gyrocopter. So Veroja certainly do recognize it, that those shards, unfortunately, they blocked off Q's own exit. So it is good recognition coming in by Indo, and that is what they essentially need to do, snowball off of their Brewmaster, I suppose. I mean, they don't need to snowball off their Brewmaster. But if you're getting a good Brewmaster game, and he can go for that Radiance, or maybe even those early auras, that is certainly going to help Veroja.
Yeah, those auras, like, I can really see a Crimson Guard going really, you know, being really important for Veroja this game. Again, that Flat Cannon is so important, right? Like, you just want to mitigate that physical damage as much as possible. Snowball over to the neutral creeps, but OMQ is still so low. The Shackle is there, and Hartle doesn't have any way of stopping it. He does have his shards up and ready to go. Doesn't miss up this time. OMQ is still very low and doesn't have any regen on him either. And of course, we all know that Walmart tangos aren't very good anymore.
Yeah. It's they're you know, it's inflation not only affecting the prices of these items, but also the quality of these items played.
Looking for an angle. Oh no, well maybe that was a little bit too much. Can't quite get the Q off in time. The creeps will give some vision. Turns around, but Mwo baited by his support, as it happens to everybody. The right clicks are there, and OMQ will live to tell the tale. But bottom, oh, they still got him with the Flat Cannon.
That is a massive overextension by Veroja. They were already so low when they made that play, and just the fact that they got punished on their Shadow Shaman as well, that is not good. I mean, sure, you got the first blood, but you just gave Q a double kill, and he's level 5.
Yeah, that double kill goes a really long way, right? That Falcon Blade for the Gyrocopter early on coming in so clutch. 200 extra HP was the difference. Zip down bottom, Pota2 looking to get the Shadow Demon, make him pay for trying to steal the Power Rune, and Ren won't be able to find any follow-up damage. Now it's going to be the Quap. V4Z popping Scream, Sonic Wave, and Scream of Pain, but he will actually die. didn't get enough help early enough, and now the Tusk has been caught off sides as Buhau gets him with the shackle, but there's not going to be a lot of follow-up. Actually, no, my apologies. Quap didn't die. Quap did the thing where she blinked away and wasn't ever in any danger at all. Silly me.
Would have died if Pota 2 got vision on the Queen of Pain, but it is nighttime, so Pota 2 had no idea where the blink was.
Yeah.
So and had very little mana to actually continue with the chase. I think overall that works out for both mid laners. You know, you get a kill, although it's a bit better for the Queen of Pain because she essentially got a solo kill and solo experience.
There's a Wisdom Shrine invasion happening bottom. CJ's got the healing ward trying to get that, you know, juke it through the trees, but the spin is going to be coming up late. The TP out with the snowball is good and actually forced the rotation from OMQ down bottom as well.
How does he get that TP? He
know.
was so low. Is the power treads kicking in? Yeah, it's wasted rotation from the dire side. I mean, essentially that is space created. OMQ can go through the gate, but Juju and Buhau, look at them, they're waiting on the other side.
Yeah. I think they're waiting for OMQ to come back up top. They know that they're not going to defend the bottom tower, but I don't think OMQ's heading their way up there. I don't know what are Carstensz doing with this rotation right now with the supports and carry. Are they just going in the triangle? It's not even stacked. Well, it's kind of stacked.
I mean, it is a one stack. At this point, I think OMQ is just flying around. I mean, you know, you have a plane, you want to fly.
True. IDC lane. I have level 3 flat cannon.
I mean, his tower's dead.
Yeah.
Tier 1 tower collected within 8 minutes. Veroja will be off to around a 2000 net worth advantage pretty soon. But it's a zap towards that bot lane. Pota will get another kill and played. These galvanized charges, they are buffed up in the most recent patch. Now you only lose 2 in place of the 3 you used to lose when you died.
Yeah.
But mid lane?
Oh, there's a quad blink onto CJ, and the Sonic Wave comes out as well. He needs a little bit of help, but there is, of course, that haste rune. You walked into that stun before Z, and there wasn't a snowball save available either. Now, of course, Ardle was the one that had to help out his mid. No, those shards are beautifully okay, well, you know what? We're going to overlook that statement there as Pota 2 comes in with the zip. Disruption out as well. Snowball will land on top of the Jakiro, but again, another Ice Path from Jakiro gets that kill. Use Galvanized stack up, and the Quap pays for, I guess, being overzealous.
I think it's pretty good for Veroja overall. I mean, sure, you do lose your Juggernaut, but the big showstopper, the big person to be creating that tempo will always be the Storm Spirit in the mid game. It's not going to be the Juggernaut. And he has now 6 Galvanized charges. And I was mentioning how they were buffed up. You only lose 2 upon your death, rather than the 3 you used to lose. So it's a lot more difficult to shut down a snowballing storm now than it was in the previous meta.
Just the fact that, like, every time you hit level 6, even if you die, you're getting a positive there. Ren will get the disruption, but there's still a shackle in this situation. Blink up to the high ground. They Ice Path onto 2 from Juju. It was blind up there. Another snowball. Pota 2's running out of mana here. K and Peace come here, rips the Ravage. Both supports caught, and that will be at least 1. You'd like to get the second one for it. But here comes Mowo. That's going to be the kill there as K and P drinking buddies with the Tusk.
I'm really not sure why Juju took the amplified damage rune away from his own Storm Spirit as he was coming in for the zap. No one from Carstensz was nearby to pick up the rune. Sure, Queen of Pain could have blinked into Veroja's entire, the 3 heroes that were there to get the rune, but that would have been before X would have lost his life. A slight misplay coming out by Veroja that does lead to them not only being able to get the kill, but also having lost their Shadow Shaman.
I told you we're hitting the point of the game where we get the 2k MMR hour, which is when there are at least 6 heroes in mid constantly for seemingly no reason.
You know, they did say, OmQ did say he was expecting 2 p.m. Thai time, right? You know, so
I
this
see.
is a lot earlier than what they're used to.
Yeah, they weren't ready for this, but again, oh, dude, those shards are so nice that time, actually, with the disruption getting below out of the way, but the snakes are kissing the tower in mid, and we'll see if there's going to be a answer to this. I don't think so. And if you're not going to answer it, why would you have 3 people in mid? D4Z needs some help, but the zip in from Pota2 knows exactly where to find the Shadow Demon. And again, I kind of just questioned the prerogative behind having so many people in mid for an objective you weren't going to defend.
And you know, if this many concentration of heroes is here in a competitive game, in an EPL tournament, imagine what goes around in my Southeast Asian pubs.
I know, I
Like,
know.
you know, it's
You bring the carries at that point. Don't farm. Yeah, Omni Slash, you
uh
can contribute to this team fight.
he is close to his Battle Fury. I mean, it's despite of him going down on that mid lane, despite of him not having too many kills or assists, only 91 CS as well, not exactly very high. He'll still get that 13-minute Battle Fury, which is pretty impressive for CJ.
I mean, to be honest, 91 isn't, well, I guess 94 now, isn't bad. Would like to see CJ farm a lot more aggressively with spin, though. I feel like he can definitely, you know, if you watch the, what the heck is the Chinese carry player that lost in the grand finals of TI again? Ame. If you watch Ame play, he used to spin off cooldown to farm, and, you know, copying him isn't a bad idea. KNP. I mean, Juju's stuck. Juju is just straight up in a corner, has to watch this fight out of the way, but that gives the opportunity for Pota2 to find that zip in, and with the healing ward up as well. Looks like this dire lineup just wants to get away. They found the backline as well. The self-destruction will be there. Omni Slash as well gets canceled. Snowball all the way down. They do have a Ravage. They will pop it as well. Sonic Wave down onto 3, but there's not enough follow-up. Unfortunately, OmQ came a bit too late. They will get at least one. Homing missile zooming in. The stun will come out on top of Pota2's run out of mana at this point, but the fly cannon is over. It's expired, and they know. They smell blood in the water right on this gyrocopter. The Hex comes out as well. Blink back up onto the high ground, trying to keep the gyrocopter alive. You have a fly cannon. The group wave is here, but the supports have already bailed. CJ's the only one around. Ren is here as well, so the blink in is confident from this Queen of Pain. However, Storm Spirit, look at that rune. It's a regen. We'll see what Pota2 wants to do with it. Maybe he wants to come back bottom, but Buhao stuck. We'll get the Tusk stuck himself, actually. The self-destruction comes out. CJ's here with the healing ward. Doesn't want to commit anymore, but Pota2 again has the regen rune. Is holding it. Will rip it now. Trying to get on top of this Tidehunter. Zips back on over. Finds the Shadow Demon. This is the longest fight in EPL history, it feels, and eventually, the moment that I say it, it has to end.
I'm not exactly sure who that fight favored. I think that was actually better for Veroja because, again, the Storm Spirit is just getting unpunished.
Yeah.
And we spoke about this in a draft. It's just super difficult. You have no disables. Even that time, that Ravage, which is supposed to be used aggressively, was used in a bit of a desperate maneuver to try and survive, and they weren't able to survive from that. Sure, they got a few quick support kills on Carstensz, but didn't actually shut down any of these cores. The Juggernaut was alive all the way through, and so was the Storm, even if Vomi did end up going down, but it's not exactly going to hurt him. You take a look at Vomi's form, he almost has a Radiance.
Yeah, this Brewmaster is a problem, and correctly identified Toltris will get the Brewmaster ultimate down, but they are still going to look for these kills on the Brewlings. Will they get the Storm Panda? Nope. 80 HP left. But he will be able to escape a 4-man rotation, and that's more time the Gyrocopter's not spending to farm.
Buhao got it. This is one of the earliest Blink Daggers I've seen. But he had it in that last fight, so he had it at that 13-14 minute mark. which is pretty good of a
Yep.
timing for a position 5 hero or a position 4 hero. And now with this blink, perhaps they can play a bit aggressively.
Well,
Nothing really stopping them from going for these Hex Shackle plays with the Radiance Brewmaster, with their Storm Spirit who has the Sanjin Kaya, and with their Omni Slash.
they still have it. I mean, he did use it in that fight bottom, but there was a snowball save, so it was very ineffective.
KNP's pipe should help them out in those team fights, but they're still pressed for damage outside of that Sonic Wave. And that Sonic Wave damage is also going to be mitigated by CJ once he has that Manta style. I mean, he can use the healing ward and regenerate a bit of HP inside of the Sonic Wave damage as it's coming out.
Smoked up behind the Tide Hunter. I think there's gonna be a fake, I guess a soft tower push, but it's a little awkward to find. Fortitude decides, oh, I'm just gonna rip an ultimate, get in there. We'll see what happens. Macropire dropped as well. Doesn't literally do a single thing to the Tide Hunter. Got the pipe finished up and ready to go. They queued out CJ farming the Ancients there. But again, both supports kind of waiting in the wings, looking for an opportunity to get a save. And this is kind of the way that the team fight's going to pan out here. How much can you bait your team? Juju overstaying is welcome. Didn't respect the burst damage from this dire lineup. And, you know, you lose a tower, you lose your support. But Mowo, with that Radiance, gets it finished up.
It is a good tower that they took down. The only thing is, Carstensz spent the better half of 18 minutes trying to get that tower down. And now the Queen of Pain is in a world of trouble and will actually just end up falling.
Another kill in mid as well. Shadow Demon with the disruption on Pota too. But you know what? I'm going to be honest. I don't think disrupting Storm does anything. Mowo has come with the Radiance, and that does mean, you know, Hartle's in a world of trouble. Fortitude comes in with the zip, being, you know, conservative with the mana. Nice dodge with the primal split. That'll bring the Tusk down. And now with the Storm Panda throwing the Shadow Demon in the air, RMQ's limited on ways of keeping themselves alive. This Shadow Demon is going to be the target, but they will pop the Ravage. Looking for Pota 2. He's got the zip, and he is out of there with the TP as well. They don't have a stun to work with. Ren burned away by the Macropire as Mowo will chase Omq. The Manta Styles popped. It will purge the Cinder Brew. And KNP now chasing Juju in the triangle. A wild goose chase of two heroes that absolutely can't really kill each other. So it's going to be B4Z coming in to clean it all up. Thank you very much, KNP, for sending me that freebie.
That's still a win for Veroja though, because, or for Indo.
Pota 2's not done yet, Toltros. He's cutting you off here. Never mind. He's got zip. Literally, he's got
He
also
has 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just seems like, you know, when Pota jumps in, he's trying to bait out the Ravage because he knows once that Ravage is used, Carstensz don't have anything in the team fight.
Snowball won't save B4Z, but Pota 2's coming in, trying to give a little bit of assistance here. Hartle stuck a little bit. Sonic Wave out. Pota 2 forced to, you know, get away from the support. But what was in with the TP now? Looking for an angle here, but again, this Queen of Pain is not going to be a target that the Brewmaster can really do anything against. The Brew also doesn't have his ultimate. I think B4Z or B4X knew that. B4? I don't know. What do we call it? B4. That's what his name is, and you can't tell me otherwise.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's B4X for Triple Z.
Sure thing, buddy. Whatever you say. Pota 2's hunting a carry.
B8 because, you know, it's B4 into 4. I'm not actually sure. Honestly, Dota players be wilding with their nicknames. That is something that I do know.
Maybe it's 16 because it's 4 times 4 is 16, so B16.
Oh right, yeah,
Z.
that is much better maths than mine. I don't know. You must have been judging me so hard when I was like 4 times 4 is 8.
The North American education system gets a W. Rare W here. We'll take it.
Oh man.
That's tough.
But
I'm disappointed in you.
I mean, there's a reason I went to medical school rather than
Yeah.
anything else. CJ is so farmed up, lady. He has a Manta style and a Battle Fury.
Yeah.
It's straight up impossible to actually contest the Juggernaut right now, and doesn't seem like it's going to be possible until your gyrocopter has a lot more items on queue. He went for the Manta style that we usually see this player specifically build up. Because every single time I've seen OmQ play the gyro, he goes for this kind of build, but it just lacks that damage.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully, I guess you're thinking with the flat cannon you're gonna get, or with the drinking buddies you're gonna get extra damage. The Aghanim Scepter on Tidehunter is getting picked up next. They're going for a Roshan play here as well. Try to take this away from the Storm Spirit. This is absolutely the correct move to make. We'll see if the Radiant even smell this move. I think if they knew it was happening, they would definitely stop it. TPs are coming up top now. Fortification has been used. Ren is stuck in the trees. Okay, that TP is what we like to call optimistic. The Aegis claimed for OmQ now is B4. Looking for those jumps, but Pota 2 is here. The pandas start to come out. Snowball onto the Earth Panda. KNP doesn't have a blink, so he's just going to waddle around in the river, hurdle. In some trouble, but there is, of course, that disruption. And you kind of need at some point to deal with these Brewlings. You can't just let them walk around and do whatever they want. There's a flat cannon. Oh, whoa. Oh, poor guy. Never mind. Maybe you can let him walk around and do whatever you want, because you'll just kill him when he comes out.
Very surprising they actually commit the play with the Primal Split there, or decide to go in at all after the fact that you had already lost Buhao. Not sure what they were attempting to do in that position, because you do have to keep in mind, sure, Pota is having a great game, but there's a pipe on that Tidehunter. So KNP can absorb and also give that barrier to the rest of his team, and the Storm Spirit will really struggle to dish out that damage.
Yeah, I mean, pipe effectively means that Storm has to spend an extra like 20% mana to kill you, and then like an extra 10% to kill your allies. It's a lot of mana. Even if
There's
you have...
a BKB on the Storm though, but I think that Veroja, they need their Juggernaut at this point in order to get these kills. They're
Yeah.
playing with the assumption that they're as strong as they were 10 minutes ago, which clearly they're not. And they do need to bring their Juggernaut in, because quite clearly Carstensz they are playing without Q. He is positioned with his team.
Blink in, Mowo getting dove underneath this tower. He doesn't have his ultimate already, and you can tell Beat 16 was like, okay, let me, oh, do I? No, I don't. Oh, maybe I do. Oh, no, I don't. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should. Nah, I won't. Doesn't commit the ultimate.
It should just be a tower trade though. The backdoor protection is going to kick in momentarily.
Yeah.
It is going to wear off, but it's going to wear off at the same time the bot wave pushes into Carstenz's tier 2. So at the very least, it's a tier 2 for a tier 2. Not all that bad for either side, but Carstensz have done a great job at recovering these objectives. They were quite far behind in that regard, but these past few minutes have really done them well.
They even dropped the snakes in the bottom lane also, but that's going to get cleared up by this creep wave spawn. So it only does like 500 damage to the tower. It's not too much.
OmQ should be going for that Chrysalis now. I really do think this is the point where he should start investing in some damage dealing items, especially against a Juggernaut who will have a butterfly.
Order 2
going to be
just zipped into a smoked swap and a Tidehunter. Sorry, I thought
there is an
something was
Aegis
gonna
on
happen.
OmQ, so it's not. You know, I don't think that Indo can actually fight for at least these next 2 minutes.
Pota 2!
I
Do they have the burst? They don't have the burst. Maybe if they committed the Sonic Wave immediately, there was an angle, but
I mean, he can enjoy this time up until KNP farms up another 700 gold, gets that Aghanim shard, and suddenly those plays are
Gyro, Amq, left alone, and we're seeing the classic combo, the Shadow Shaman and the Juggernaut come into play. They're just gonna, you know, take their bag of gold and make like bandits. I mean, that was just an incredible play from them.
Now, it was just an Aegis that was going to expire in the next minute, but still, I suppose it's a decent pickup.
You didn't commit the Omni Slash, now you find Buhao, Shadow Shaman, looking for an angle. V16 stuck. They do have the silence on Storm, and they will also force the commitment of the BKB. Omni Slash down on top of the Gyrocopter. Manta Style will get the Omni away, and now the Ravage is popped. Sonic Wave down onto 3 at this point. Everybody's getting pretty low, and CJ has that healing ward. It's going to get killed off, though. And this spin, once it ends, you got to think maybe you're not too long for this world. The kiting is coming in, but Mowo with the triple kill. Mowo with an ultra. Hold on. This Tide is the last one alive. Mowo, give it to him. Give it to him, Radiant. He deserves it. The Panda, he's looking for it. Yeah, they're going to leave it all for him. A rampage on a Brewmaster. When was the last time you saw that, Tultris?
I don't think I've ever seen that. And honestly, I really did not expect that rampage to be building up. Womi just really found that backline Queen of Pain and took him out. Was dealing with Ren for the majority of that team fight, so it wasn't Pota to deal with the backline support. It was actually Womi who was just chipping away slowly and found the Gyrocopter and the rest of and KNP, the rest of Carstensz all very low. It's interesting how a Brewmaster without the split got 4 kills.
He got 5 kills. Just walking around with the Radiance. Bars punch down on top of Pota 2. They don't have enough follow-up damage, but they... Oh, hold on a minute. Pota 2's got enough mana to get away.
I wonder what he's doing though. I suppose he's creating space. I suppose he's making sure that Carstensz have to, you know, be on their tiptoes in order to get some of these objectives. But there are perhaps better plays you can make with the Storm. You have a very farmed up Brewmaster. I'm sure Carstensz will be slightly afraid of that Brewmaster from this point on. But
yeah, a little bit of Brew TSD from that last team fight.
You have the Shaman and the Jakiro. You might as well play together.
They are looking for the Brew again. At some point, he can't get the ultimate off.
Demonic Purge finishing the job there on that Brewmaster.
They'll keep
I'm
that
not
tower
sure
alive.
why Indo are playing this dispersed.
Yeah.
Right? You see Pota doing his own thing. You see Brewmaster doing his own thing. Sure, his own thing resulted in a rampage, but still, it's a one-trick pony. Sooner or later, in a game of Dota, the longer a game goes on, the team that is more unified always comes out on top.
Yep. You know, you just have to play more decisive, play cleaner, play faster. Not really an extra item or two that's going to turn the tide of battle. It's most of the time when it gets to like that 35, 40, 45 minute mark, it's going to be that the angle, the vision, the team fight you choose to take. Pota 2 with the help of the support. What an ice path. Oh my goodness gracious sakes. Amq is already down to half HP. But they do find Buhao though. Pota 2 in with the zip. Amq is just hunting these backline supports. BKB TP for the Storm is good. And the TP out for Jakiro, also good. And the tower dies and they only lose 1.
Every single time this Pota will see KNP and Pota is going to be low on mana, he has to go for the teleport away. Surprising though, KNP never actually bought out the shard. He had it queued but decided to go back for the Lotus Orb. Maybe just for that dispel against... I'm not actually sure what he wants to dispel.
Well, it's an anti-Juggernaut item, right? Because you can't Omni-Slash someone that's got Lotus on them.
That is true. That is true. Especially
Well, you
if
can.
You see the Omni-Slash coming, right? And it's you should be able to see it coming because the Juggernaut does not have a Blink Dagger.
Yeah. 3B on Jakiro, except there's a rotation by a big old Juggernaut with the Omni Slash. Ethereal, however, from the Ghost Scepter and the blink away is good. Poda 2! Poda 2! That's the biggest kill on the map I think you can get. That is massive.
At the same time, I think that kill was a long time coming. I mean, Pota has just been doing this for the better part of the last 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Just playing too aggressive, not with the rest of his team. Like, if he was on that Queen of Pain right now with his Juggernaut Omni Slash, that would have been a dead mid lane from Carstensz.
Okay, well that Tusk death literally took 4 hits from Juggernaut to finish off, so, you know, that's cool. That's one of those moments.
Long distance Brewmaster split plate. He's definitely going all in for the chase.
I mean, I don't think Tide Hunter, you know, if I had to pick a hero to go on, Tide is the last on the list. Maybe like Necro and Viper are also buddy with that, but, you know, the Tide Hunter is kind of dying right now. Although can't get Blink away. This is really awkward. CJ it will be man-fighting the Queen of Pain. Juju is here. Ice Path whiffs. And I mean, Woe's kind of just still here, stuck so far in the back lines. It's obviously going to be a free kill there. Swift Slash comes in, but there is no Omni. CJ with the spin out. That smoke from Juju was absolute panic. They will get the zip in. Ice Path down onto 2. Pota 2 looking for an angle. I think he zipped the wrong person. No. There is going to be the save there and the BKB as well. Storm Spirit out of the team fight, and the smoke will get this Radiant lineup away from the Dire, but that team fight looked miserable for the Radiant. Just completely disjointed, uncoordinated, and frankly, not clean at all.
Yeah, it's very rare you see a wild Brewmaster chasing after a Tide Hunter that he knows he can't take down. And then on the other part of it, you have Juju and the Juggernaut without an Omni Slash, by the way, trying to chase after a Queen of Pain that has a Ghost Scepter and you don't have a Nullifier. Pota comes in the middle of that fight to try and get a kill, but it's just, like you mentioned, uncoordinated from the side of Indo. Meanwhile, Carstensz, they're not playing uncoordinated. They have been playing together and they have now taken the net worth advantage. They had a 4,000 disadvantage just 5 minutes ago, and now it's a 3,000 net worth advantage in their favor with Roshan, the big prize for them to grab up. And Indo, they have to come to contest this.
The Storm Spirit desperately needs an Aegis, and I think this first, you know, the first Roshan kill from this team was absolutely the correct call to make, stopping so much of this Radiant momentum, and we continue to see it fall apart. Brew Split will come out, and Buhao is just forced to turn around and make an engagement onto a teamfight that's really been Omega scuffed. CJ walking around trying to find an angle, but there is going to be the silence down onto 2. Ravage comes out, Pota 2 with the BKB still. Hardle in some trouble, will eventually get taken up at CJ in a little bit too deep. KNP still well and truly alive as Mowo chased down. And these team fights are just not going the way that the Radiant drew them up.
It's critical mass being hit for the Gyrocopter. At the end of the day, you know, Omq has the BKB, he had the Chrysalis, now he'll have a Daedalus, and quite frankly, Veroja have not demonstrated the synergy through which they can win some of these fights. The saves are coming in, the Ravage is coming in, the Queen of Pain, Sonic Wave has always been on point, Omq is always there to provide that firepower.
Yeah.
And despite of the limited disables, you have to consider Carstensz, when they group up with a pipe, with some auras from their Tide Hunter, with the saves and with the Gyrocopter that has that Aghanims, they effectively bring about a really strong wall that can't be broken through.
Yeah, and you either need to like out-sustain your opponents, or you go for Omega burst damage yourself. And I like look Pota 2 spending almost 2/3 of their mana pool, and Tusk is at half with plenty of extra resources from teammates in the back, right? This is kind of the thing that we were talking about with the Storm pick, is early on we saw the damage wasn't a problem. At this point it is, and Parasma is going to be the next item, but when you buy like BKB and Sanj Kaya as both defensive options for the Storm Spirit, the damage starts to lack, and we can see Pota2's, doubling their efforts to get some more damage on the board here.
Yeah, he's 8-1-7. Really hasn't died apart from that one massive overextension in Carstens's triangle.
Yeah.
But it's the lack of damage that is causing some of these team fights not to go their way. There's no natural nullifier builder either, and if someone has to go for it, it should just be Womi.
Oh, BKB force from Pota2. He does just try to eke out a little bit more. Sonic Wave comes out, finds the back line, and that homing missile won't actually land, but Juju with the two-man stun doesn't stop any of the pressure, and, wait.
How did... There was no shard for the gyro.
Oh, there
I'm
was
not
no
exactly sure how.
I literally have no idea how he died. Straight up, couldn't tell you. Pota2 without that BKB in a very vulnerable position. CJ goes in with that fresh Blink Dagger. Omnislash is committed again. This is the first really good Omnislash that we've seen yet, but look, it doesn't do anything. You don't have any follow-up. Pota2 comes in a little bit too late. They are looking towards OmQ. Ravage is committed, and these heroes just aren't dying, but whoa. With that snowball, OmQ is so low, but they can't even get this Aegis off of them. They won't get the Aegis off of them. Finally they do, but you've lost all 3 cores. It was a team wipe.
They don't have a buyback.
No, they don't have a single one.
Should just end up being the game here, played, because Carstensz will take 2 lanes of barracks.
Yeah, at the very least. B16 doing a really nice job zoning off enemy heroes as OmQ continues to hit these buildings, and this was the worry for Veroja, which is how do you kill this? How do you kill?
I don't think you can anymore.
How do you do this? There's too much firepower in the tank here, I think. Toltris. Yeah, they call it GG. They know, there's no buybacks on these heroes. The tier 4 towers, once they go, it's very hard to win from a position that's so far, you're so far behind.
Quite frankly, played, it is slightly disappointing to see Veroja, particularly with this very strong start, the great game that Pota was having. CJ had amazing farm, Womi had amazing farm. It did seem like everyone was getting what they wanted out of that early to mid game. But then, we never really saw them come together quite like Carstensz did after that mid game mark, after those 30 minutes or those 25 minutes, where Carstensz were just always playing together, and Veroja never seemed to present a unified front.
It's a pretty difficult situation, I think. By the point, like when Pota2 dies that first time, it's really hard, and it's not even the fact that Pota2 necessarily loses so many galvanized stacks or anything. It's just how much that swing costs, right? Like, for as good as the game Pota2 was having, B16 was almost having twice as good of a game, right? 15, 3, and 14 on the Storm Spirit, just dominating these team fights. These Sonic Waves are on point, and it did by far the most damage in the game.
It is. I mean, to be fair, even when Veroja were at the top of their game, they only had about 60% chance of a win probability. So Carstensz did seem like they would have been able to scale up a bit better, but I do expect Veroja to have a much better performance. I know this team is capable of it. They just need to pull the bootstraps. They just need to present their very best, the capability that their synergy is designed for.
It's just very disappointing. Incredibly well played by Carstensz, right? You don't win this game if you don't get those both Aegises, right? That first Aegis is such a critical momentum swing in the outcome of this game. It just stops Storm Spirit from like doubling, having 2 mana pools, which is just ridiculous, and definitely would have been a lot more to really carry the Radiant, into the game. We'll see if they go back for the Juggernaut. I'd be really surprised if they did. I think this kind of didn't really hit the mark for me, but ultimately it's the players that will be showing us what's what in the next draft. Game
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized.
like you. Be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one. Only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed. My life destroyed.
It is, of course, Plate. You are hearing between your ears, and the other voice that you will be hearing that is real, it is not your imagination, is Toltros.
Yeah. Well, I mean, could be your imagination.
But
We don't really know, Plate.
there's no
We
proof.
could be in a simulation.
Oh,
you know.
okay. Well, that's terrifying to think about.
Doesn't it make you feel better about the world we live in if we're in a simulation? It does make you feel cozy. Like, if it's all planned, then it's okay.
Actually, some philosophy for you. There have been recent conversations from very, very highly touted philosophers that free will might not even exist. So just
That
do
makes
with
me
that
feel
as you
better
will.
about my life choices. I'll tell you that.
Well, that does mean that this draft is sort of predetermined, as neither of these drafters were given the will to pick whatever heroes they want. It is just a pre-calculated outcome. With that being
Yeah,
said, of
Kota was
course.
not zapping in from his own volition. He was being, his strings were being pulled. But speaking about the draft though, they
Yeah.
do still go back for that very same Brewmaster. I think Omi did have a pretty good time, but this time around they'll pick up the gyrocopter for themselves.
Yeah, they did not want to play against the gyrocopter. Fair enough. I mean, I don't blame them. The gyrocopter was what we call very annoying. But this gyrocopter's not going to be the same because the last gyrocopter had a lot more support, right? With the Tusk and the Tide Hunter Gush and the there was another thing that was there, but oh yeah, Shadow Demon save, right? This gyrocopter is on an island at this point.
Yeah, he doesn't exactly have any defensive support. Sure, you have some limited defensiveness with the Disruptor's Glimpse, but this is an aggressive support duo, at least by design, because you want to push out towers with the Shadow Shaman. You want to be using the Static Storm to disable Carstensz. Meanwhile, I actually pretty much really like the Carstensz draft here. The Ice Blast for that Brewmaster, the Tiny, which I assume is going to be on the mid lane. You have a Centaur for those auras that helped out Carstensz last time around, and you pick yourself up an Abaddon as a mid-game carry because the amount of damage that Carstensz are now bringing in is quite a lot more than what they had in the previous game.
Yeah, the burst damage that the AA provides on any person that you get on top of, and that's going to be very easy to get on top of people with the Centaur ultimate and Abaddon giving chase as well. Tiny is, again, one of those heroes that even as a position 4 with Crash Landing, if you have an AA Blast on top of the Talus Avalanche combo, Disruptor Shadow Shaman are always going to be under threat of just dying instantly, right? And also the Ancient Apparition, that Ice Blast is a very good tool against the Shadow Shaman, as well as the Ice Vortex being able to track the Shadow Shaman. Once you get out of your chicken form, you just die. Nothing you can do. That's very cool.
I'm not sure if this is going to be a Tiny position 4 or if it's a mid lane Tiny, but I agree with you. The Avalanche toss into the Ice Blast, that is a combination that I think none of Indo heroes can survive, at least until that 25 to 30 minute mark. At least, and I say survive in the sense that you may be able to live through the combo, but in no way should you be able to fight back once you get hit by it.
Yeah, and I think just opening up the why would you ban Husker? Oh, I guess they have an AA. Never mind. Hold on. My brain froze for a second, but that's okay. I'm back. I think my biggest question right now for Carstensz is you kind of are lacking a little bit of lockdown. Your carry doesn't have a stun. Your position 5 doesn't have a stun. Tiny's got pretty long cooldowns, and Centaur is got stuns every now and then, but you don't have anything like a Shadow Shaman or a Disruptor or a Brewmaster that just has a really good lockdown potential. If any of your heroes get stuck in Static Storm and field, you can't get out, even if you have a Stampede. And Disruptor also notably very good against Centaur for that reason. Glimpse is Omega brutal against Stampede.
It is brutal against the Stampede, but you can only glimpse one hero, right?
That's true.
And the Abaddon charging at you, you can't really punish the Abaddon, he'll have the borrowed time. But it will be a mid lane tiny. Carstensz pick up a Willow, or it can be a Willow mid. You know, we never know because, quite frankly, last game did feel like we started EPL off a bit too early in the morning.
True.
So, you know,
Tinker,
anything
let's
can
go.
happen.
Oh, my bad. I tried to YOLO.
Invoke, so they do have a setup for the Sunstrike or even the Cataclysm. You know, you have the Shaman with the Shackle and the Hex, Disruptor Static, Kinetic Field as well. But I wonder how Portal will be able to survive because all of Carstenz's heroes bring in quite the heat. Even the Willow with the Bedlam can do significant damage. But I think this is a better game for the Brewmaster. Just in the sense that you can throw the Abaddon up into the air. I mean, you had that option last time around, but the
Yeah.
problem I think Veroja ran there were they just weren't playing together. I think if you do play together, then you might have a good way to start these fights.
I think another big thing about this, this lineup for Carstensz is I hate this last pick, Willow. There's so much, like, if you get stuck in a Static Storm as a Willow, you're dead. If you don't have Shadow Realm and there's a Flat Cannon going around, you're dead. If you get stuck with a Hex and there's a Sunstrike on top of you, you're dead. If Brewmaster finds you, he doesn't even need. You could be in Shadow Realm, and if there's a Brewmaster Fire Panda on top of you with a Radiance, you're dead. Like, I don't know what the point of the Willow is besides dying. You already had a very fragile backline support and the AA. I don't think the Willow, like, maybe you're hoping for Bramble, but Bramble doesn't seem that important this game. I don't know. I feel like there were much better options to pick on this 4, especially as a last pick, right? Like, you could have gone like Nyx Assassin this game, hunt the Gyrocopter. Both supports on Veroja were pretty fragile. You could just go Hoodwink. A good support nowadays. Skywrath Mage, I think, would have been better. It does a lot more damage. Like, I'm just a little bit curious about what the Willow does.
Skywrath Mage would have been better for the damage for sure, and maybe even the utility with the silence.
Yeah,
coming in
sound
for
stopping the
Invoker.
Brewmaster for sure. Yeah.
I'm interested to see what the plan here will be for the Willow, but I mean, at the end of the day, they do have a pretty solid draft. Like when you consider all of these 5 heroes, but how they plan on disabling Veroja will be an interesting question they'll have to answer. They had a pretty good answer for their lack of disables last game. I will give Carstensz that. You know, now they didn't find an answer on their own. Veroja seemed to hand them a cheat sheet
True.
by just zapping in awkward spots, engaging and initiating in awkward spots. But maybe now things will be different for Veroja.
Let's get this farce over with.
The battle for the runes. KNP Centaur stomped, and by the way, got the bounty rune even before he stomped. So level 1 stomp on Centaur for the lane, idiot.
I'm trying to think about who comes out ahead in this Gyro versus Centaur lane. I think with the Afterburner facet, CJ should be winning his lane, but you can get a kill on Juju if he's out of position. All you really need is that double edge to dish out a bit of damage, and sure, Juju can glimpse KNP back, but the Willow at the back of that Shadow Realm hit should be able to take Juju out.
I think
At the same time, it works the other way around as well, right?
Yeah.
Juju can glimpse someone back, and CJ can just chase them down with the Afterburner and the Rocket Barrage. So I think both of these two supports here will have to be careful.
in this lane specifically, as Ren getting chased down, he does have a Shadow Realm and the TP. In this lane specifically, the matchup with the Gyrocopter with the Disruptor, I have seen Max Rocket Barrage actually. And it has feasted on matchups like this where Willow can't do a thing to save the Centaur from being Rocket Barrage, so the only thing you can do is maybe drop a Bramble. But then you have Glimpse, and then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, KNP's survivability is definitely going to be an issue, particularly because, you know, there's an X factor here, which is that Sunstrike that can
Yeah.
always come down from Pota.
Yeah, and it is a lot easier than you think to set up Sunstrikes with Glimpse. One of the very few not stun abilities in Dota 2 that you can actually, like, play around with Glimpse with, or play around with Sunstrike with.
Yeah, you see the target location for the Glimpse, right? There's a what do you call it? There's a mark
Circle.
on the map. Yeah, there's a circle thunder map mark thingy. There.
That's what it's
Juju
called.
does
That's the
take in a few
technical
hits. He
name.
might actually. Oh no, nice.
Oh,
Bronze
good
being
ward.
placed down by Juju.
That's a sick ward. I like that play by Ren, but Juju was better.
Mid lane, it does seem to be going a bit evenly. Sure, it's going in favor of B16 or B4, but that's just because of his high auto attack damage. I wonder if Pota will actually go for the Hand of Midas. Okay, never mind. He is going for it. He just got the Gloves of Haste. So despite the Hand of Midas being nerfed to the ground, we still see a lot of heroes that previously used to make the Hand of Midas still go for it.
Yeah, it's turned into, I mean, it's turned from that experience item into the gold item now, kind of where it belongs. I believe now it takes 1 less or 2 less time. You have to use it once or twice less to get the full value of the minus back. So it kind of made it worth it in that regard, but you know, the fact that it doesn't give you more experience is the cost of being able to do that. So I don't know. I don't think the minus change is that important, really. I know it's very impactful at this stage, but like, eh.
Well, one of the best things that the Midas used to give the Invoker, you know, that experience, you want your orbs to be maxed out.
Yeah.
Just so that you're that big control factor for your team, or for the other side. Sure, the gold will definitely, at the end of the day, you know, you're playing for the gold, as that is how you achieve your power spikes. But let's see what Pota plans on doing. So far, no Sunstrike. I mean, he has used one, but I don't think it was on any other lane. But CJ, he gets the first blood.
Yep. Leveling up that Rocket Barrage, and with the Afterburner, it's so easy to chase after your targets.
Despite of it being nerfed, I would actually like it to be nerfed slightly more. I think this Afterburner in the laning phase is just too strong, particularly against melee matchups. I think Gyrocopter happens to be the best carry versus these strong melee offlaners that ideally are supposed to dominate an offlane.
No, it's fine. Offlaners don't need more help. Not like it's the worst lane or like worst core role in Dota 2 right now or anything.
I wish they would bring back the, you know, the trio. Those were some of the most fun times in Dota, man. Just the suicide lane. You know, you had one offlaner versus 3 heroes, and you're wondering how do you really play. But then people used to make it work.
People used to get kills in those lanes as the 3, and then you were really panicking. You're like, what is going on? We're getting 1v3'd. Shout out to when Undying was playable as a core. There's a lot
And
happening
now it just
right
feels
now.
like the offlane is like more like a, rather than a position 3, it feels like more of a position 2. You know, it kind of feels
Yeah.
like you have 2 position 2s, no position 3, and then 1 position 4 and position 5. But topside plate, someone's gonna go down.
I don't know who it's going to be first. OMQ, well, it's definitely going to be... Oh my goodness, that shield coming in very clutch at the last second. The Ice Vortex gets that kill. However, bottom, another big kill as CJ bites the dust.
Great recovery from Carstensz. They not only find the kill coming in from OMQ, but also they find CJ. Now, Hardell was the one who got the kill on Brewhouse, so OMQ, he got 60 gold from that. The assist goal has been nerfed so much this patch.
Yeah.
But that's a great kill found by Veroja too. It does seem like both teams are getting what they want.
And last tips coming out. This must be part of the strategy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ren?
Wait, did he Shadow Realm after he was hexed?
I think it was a mini hex. It was a chicken finger, so the hex was barely a second.
Yeah, but still, it was bizarre. Like, it didn't look right.
Oh, Blade, a lot of things don't look right in
That's
Dota.
true. That's so true,
It's,
actually.
you know. Have you seen the Mega Meepo?
I
you
have
seen
seen.
the Power Rangers stack up?
Have you seen Pota 2?
I don't see him anymore.
Okay.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like we won't be seeing him for the next 20 seconds. But before he went down, he did take Q out with a Sunstrike. So, not all that bad for Poto, honestly.
And even still,
Radiant's middle tower
even though the scoreline is 3-3, these Radiant lanes, sorry, are doing much better than their Dire counterparts, right? The CS from the Gyrocopter and the Brewmaster at this point doing so well. We've whoever this observer is sucks because we haven't seen any of these kills basically. I think it's only been the Invoker kill we've seen. Terrible.
Luckily, we don't know who the observer is.
We have
He's
no
a mystery
idea.
now. Yeah, they collected both Shrines of Wisdom though, Played, and Womi activates his Primal Split. Q's just dead here.
Well, he's certainly not getting away. Okay, well that's all. What? Oh my gosh, I have to immediately apologize to Potato. I was about to flame the ever-living shit out of him for that Sunstrike, but he just pulled it off. I was like, ain't no way that one's landing, brother. Turns out it was the only one that was landing, and my flame wasn't.
Dire's middle tower is under
Great sets of kills, both Shrines of Wisdom. Veroja are off to perhaps, I think, even a better start than they had in that last game. Now, all they really need is to keep this up.
That's going to be the difficulty, right? Like the last game was, how do you keep the pressure going? But maybe this game you don't. You have the Gyrocopter with the flat cannon. Maybe all you do is you take this early space you've awarded yourself and say, hey, let's just get our item timings and then we'll start going for some of these bigger fights.
I'm wondering what the item timing. I mean, it's surely for a B4, it has to be that Blink Dagger, but he's not going for it. He is surprisingly going for that Phylactery.
On... Who's building Phylactery?
The
Dire's
tiny.
structures have been
What?
fortified.
Does that
Dire's
work?
middle tower is under attack.
It does with the toss, and the tree throw
Dire's middle
technically.
tower is being attacked.
But it's weird because you don't have an initiator. Like either your Centaur has a blink or the Tiny has a blink, but who's supposed to be going in without a blink?
Right.
Are they, are they gonna run in? Are they gonna stampede in? That's certainly an option. We talked about that, but
If you stampede
kinda
in,
need a
that's
blink,
very
man.
committal. Stampeding into a team fight means that you're not stampeding out, and that is very dangerous.
It doesn't exactly spell out. Well, I mean, it does spell out confidence, but I'm
Yeah.
wondering if it spells out overconfidence. That's the problem here with this Phylactery build.
Static Storm on top of the Willow. Another freebie. However, there's that Ice Blast. We were talking about this 1-2 combo. V16. Oh no, he turned around when the Stampede was there. Okay, never mind. Pota 2 still goes down, and they will get the glimpse in mid on the AA. The Brewlings are now chasing V16 all the way. They will not stop until he is dead. And that tossback does a chunk of damage, but a chunk does not save your life. They tip him again. I mean, the strategy seems clear, Toltris. Let's just tip our way out of
Emotional
this one.
damage.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Do you think it's because they see the Perseverance in his inventory, and they're wondering
What it is.
what he's going for?
Tower is being
Yeah, well, that
attacked.
perseverance really helped him in that last team fight. Sure did.
Dire's middle tower has been removed. Radiant's top
Womi once again going for that Radiance, should have it at a decent timing as well, similar to that last game by that 15 to 16 minute mark. Meanwhile, your Abaddon is also going to have that Radiance at a similar time. So this is the comparison, right? When you have an offlane that is essentially playing a farmer and you're able to match the timing of the opposing carry, suddenly you're in a great spot.
Yeah. Radiance on Abaddon, though, is more of a farming tool, but for the Brewmaster, you're definitely, you know, meaning to put a lot more pressure on. And A Blast doesn't hit.
Actually ends up with OMQ not being able to secure the banner creep. But I'm wondering where the tempo buildup is going to come from Carstenz's side. You do now have the phylactery for B4, so
Radiant's middle tower is under
that is a nice damage boost, right? And now the AA Blast with this Avalanche Toss should be able to take out
attack.
just about anyone.
You're really losing now. Or winning.
But it depends on who they're going to go for. They're using a smoke play to trade against them.
Dyer's top
I'm not going to expect the fact that Gyrocopter's back here. They were just walking by these creep camps and didn't see him. Because he wasn't there, right? He
Dyer's top
Spidey
tower has
senses
been
tingled.
destroyed.
smelt the smoke from a mile away and went out with the TP, and now your, you know, big phylactery timing on your tiny. Can't believe I'm saying that phrase. Is wasted. Smoke play doesn't connect.
Radiant structure
Centaur KNP is going for a Crimson Guard. Should obviously help them against the physical damage. May need a pipe too against that Static Storm, but it does seem like a long and hard struggle for Carstensz. Veroja, quite simply, they can play passive if they want to, because they have all the time in the world to just farm up on their Invoker, farm up on that Gyrocopter, and eventually they will be stronger because the Gyrocopter is a much stronger late game carry than the Abaddon is.
Abaddon is, well, I don't know. I think Abaddon, respectfully, does a lot of damage, especially late game. He kind of got his nerf to his level 20 talent, not being the 60 Christopher Vernus attack speed, is really tough though. That sucks a lot. I mean, that used to be a big power spike for the hero. That was kind of when you came online and could, you know, really begin forcing objectives and towers. But now that it's level 25, heroes slow
But
down
Blake,
a lot.
you also have to consider the fact that they picked an Abaddon into a Shadow Shaman. So
Yep.
late game, you'll have that level 15 Hex that will break the Abaddon.
Yep.
And the fact is, there are no saves on the other side. So if you were to use the break on the Abaddon, perhaps you can bring him down before his borrowed time is ever a factor.
One of those things that you're going to be looking for definitely in these team fights. The burst damage has to come in though, and when you have Cataclysm, not a bad attempt.
And they'll actually have a Cataclysm much earlier. No boots of travel on Pota. He's decided to just straight up go for the Hand of Midas into that Aghanim Scepter. And he'll have it in the next minute or so. Just needs one more component and around 300 gold.
Aghanim Scepter's such an important item in this game for Pota too. I think that's really the big reason why they went for this Invoker hero. They knew how important Cataclysm was going to be. And you have good setup for it with the Static Field, with the Shadow Shaman, as we've been saying in the draft and as we just said just now. I'm curious, if you're on this dire lineup right now, you're in the comms, what are you trying to tell the team right now? Because I feel like the players can kind of feel the game slipping a little bit.
Radiant's middle tower.
I'm not sure what I would tell them, honestly.
Radiant has fortified.
Like, I would, I don't know, because just farming up,
Radiant's middle tower is under
doesn't seem to be a strategy that will work out in the long run. But maybe once you have the Blink Dagger for the Tiny, which he should have it in about 400 gold, so around another minute, perhaps then they can fight. But CJ walked into his own demise there. That was certainly something you can hope for.
Yep. That is a good pick off to get. Sunstrike will land, but they don't have any follow-up. The Hartle gets chased down by a Brewmaster who's very angry about the state of affairs. Dark Willow doesn't, doesn't last getting looked at. But the kill on CJ is definitely the big one. You're going to take that easily.
That gives the Tiny his... Well, should have given the Tiny his blink. Actually, Hardell got the kill. So it's not actually... it's not that huge of a kill on that Gyrocopter. Sure, you do slow down his farm. But your cores never ended up with the kill.
Yeah.
Before, shackled down and actually brought down by Womi. This is not looking too good. And instantly the tips, man. What is up with the tips?
I mean, they know, right? They know what they're doing. As unfortunately, the Dark Willow again getting caught out. Can he get the terrors off in time? He can, but the Cataclysm has been dropped. KNP takes so much damage in this situation. The glimpse onto OMQ. Goodbye, carry. You're not needed here. But Womi chasing Hartle at this point. Ice Vortex is down. KNP will give this Brewmaster a run for their money. OMQ finally decides to come up around the corner. But there's so much space and time and kills and gold and experience won for this Radiant lineup that they're just going to bow out. They've already got what they came for.
Now you need to make plays with this Blink Dagger. I don't think there's any other option but to try and go for some kills, negate some of that gold lead difference, allow OMQ to accelerate his farm by shutting down the Gyro's farm. He does have that Radiance now. I mean, it's coming in as courier. It's an 18-minute Radiance, not exactly the fastest. But maybe with a kill on CJ, this could very well be worth it. Okay.
Yeah, it would be.
That was...
How do you feel about
interesting.
B16 Tiny?
I'm not sure. I'm not even sure how Carstensz feel about it right now. Blade is the thing. Listen, Phylactery is fine, right? You want to go for it. It is a nice bit of boost to your damage output. Just rushing the Phylactery as your first point is perhaps not great because you've given Veroja so much space to be able to do what they want. It's the psychological factor. It's the fact that you're not afraid of a Tiny jumping in on you because quite frankly, he can't.
So difficult.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
So difficult for this
But
Tiny to...
you do have a Crimson Guard for KNP.
Yeah.
Right, OMQ has a Radiance, you have a Crimson Guard, you have the Blink Dagger for the Tiny, so you do have ways around the fight.
Looking for this tornado on OMQ. The glimpse back is good, but oh, what an avalanche into the ×3 Ice Blast coming out. Will hit 2. And OMQ with the ultimate giving chase to Juju as well. It's a double kill for him as in the backline they do find one support, maybe two. Cataclysm does come down, but this Dark Willow and everybody just on top of the Gyrocopter finds that kill easily. So OMQ with a triple kill. The Abaddon just turning it on when it matters most.
Yeah, that avalanche there, certainly a showstopper. I mean, B4 quite clearly answered his critics there with that one little play.
Where
and
are
the fact
tips
is,
now?
yeah, there are none. And, you know, he takes the high road. He doesn't tip anyone back.
Well, he's only got one, and there are five people you can't tip, so...
But still, he's not gonna say anything. He's just gonna play it cool. He's gonna let his plays do the talking. And OMQ ended up with 3 kills. He got around 2,000 gold in that fight. they'll be able to take the Tormentor down. I am afraid for Veroja, that is their entire lead vanishing into thin air.
Yep. Are you the kind of person that will question mark after you do a sick play?
In a pub game?
Yeah.
Definitely. I'm the type of person who, will be balling out in an 18, 19 minute game, but at the very end of it, I'm going to type in easy.
Oh, I do that every game. Every game
I do it
type
specifically
GG easy.
in the hardest of games,
Oh yeah, for sure.
Just-
Like 60-minute plus coin flip game, you're behind easily. You just type GG, and then the post game chat just floods with anger. It's so funny. Yeah. Omq has hit that critical mass. Had the money for Blink, but has instead opted to go for the Manta style. I think Manta is a good choice.
Use up for Ren. You do have some nice defensibility. Even Hardell has that Glimmer Cape. Sure, it's not going to help him against that Cataclysm, but might help him against, or help someone against that Static Storm. It certainly, Carstensz have bought them some room, some options. KNP is going for that pipe. Once you get to that, you're going to be able to fight back. As before, he bought a boost of travel. And we're back to not loving the Tiny's itemization. At least I am.
What? You're telling me this doesn't get the Ultra stamp of approval?
Radiant's middle tower is under
No, it doesn't look that great.
Buhau will break the smoke. Oh my goodness, he trapped one! KNP got stuck in the snakes. At some point, you can't kill those, by the way, buddy. You don't have to just sit there. Oh my goodness, the BKB coming out from the Gyrocopter, the Fly Cannon out as well. The Sex, Centaur, War Runner cannot run away from this Gyrocopter, who's got so much extra movement speed. Cataclysm will come down. Yomi also finding hard L. And wow, would you look at that, Tojas? This team fight happening conveniently outside of the Roshan pit.
They'll be able to come out with the Aegis as well. 1800 gold going their way. Just a lackluster initiation coming out by Carstensz. It's not.
Yeah.
It was never going to work. They walked up there without vision against vision.
Yep.
And even then, they initiated on Buhau, a Shadow Shaman. A position 5 Shadow Shaman. He has an Ether Lens. He threw out his wards already. There's no point trying to go in on him, but
Radiant's middle tower is under siege.
You still make that play though, and you get punished for it.
Yeah, it's more than rough. It suggests that they don't have any real game plan other than just charging in at heroes, and the tips they start flying out again. It's
I don't even know why they tipped him, but I mean, I tip him for the automation alone.
I think they just chipped him for the avalanche toss he used, but that's just about it. Abaddon almost has that Manta style, so Omq he is farming away. He's the only one in the team that possesses a semblance of net worth comparable to the Radiant side.
Okay. CJ, these Gyrocopters in this game have had a very bad tendency to just give up the Aegis. For no particular reason. They do get the glimpse back on Ren, but I think he'll take that easily. Oh, hold on a minute. Yomi? Or, sorry, this is KNP. My apologies. Why would I ever, think of doing that to poor Yomi? That's a disgraceful thing to say to him. My bad.
They were gonna get punished for that Gyrocopter kill, right? That Aegis play. The response was always gonna come in. The tier 2 tower is standing. The heroes were nearby, but you do take the Gyrocopter out, and until the Gyrocopter has his BKB, or rather, he does have a BKB. I'm not sure why he died then. Perhaps his BKB was just on cooldown.
Well, I think he was just saving BKB for second life in case there was a real team fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, certainly a possibility.
Standard practice for carries to save BKB for second. Oh my goodness. OMQ up top. He does have his ultimate. He's gonna pop it, but the Yule Scepter's up and OMQ. Now that the ultimate's down, Manta style will get used by. Oh my goodness gracious sakes! What just killed him? Was it literally everything?
Yeah, I mean, once you have the borrowed time go out, the OMQ doesn't actually have much HP. He's barely 2000 HP.
BKB now for Pota 2 underneath this tower. Avalanche for what, my friend? Static Storm comes down as well in a very critical situation. KNP didn't even have Stampede even if he wanted to use it. And oh, these poor supports are getting picked apart by this Brewmaster. We'll see if they even want to use the Stampede as the Centaur Stomp comes out. And the Stampede, but again, these tornadoes have been so annoying, so detrimental, and Tolchus, that was a team wipe.
Dire's top tower is under
That was indeed a team wipe played, and
Now the tips come out again.
they also come out again. It's just Carstensz not really being able to play together, you know. As soon as OMQ gets caught out, you have no team fight. You
Yeah.
have no hope in the world to be able to fight back against Veroja without your carry. And even with your carry, it's not exactly that easy. The carry discrepancy right now is about 5,000 in terms of net worth. The Gyrocopter brings in a Daedalus, while the Abaddon brings in that Radiance Burn, which isn't a whole lot.
And unfortunately, this Abaddon is going to lose out his ultimate. And maybe even more. They don't have a glimpse ready though. And there's also no ultimate on the Brewmaster. So we'll see exactly what kind of angle this. Oh, that's a big tornado. Is there any follow-up? Buhao comes in with that blink dagger up onto the high ground. Ren is dead again. And CJ with the flat cannon finds that ancient apparition, which means that KNP stuck in the static storm in the field, I mean. Can't get away, and what another blink from Buhao with the shackle as well. This is going to be a very easy kill for Pota 2, or CJ. These team fights are looking as bad for Carstensz as they were for Veroja last game.
Yeah, it honestly, it's the fact that for Carstensz, taking a hero out means that you've used your Ice Blast, you've used your Avalanche Toss, and KNP has gone in.
Yep.
But then you can't follow that up with anything else. You use all your fuel to be able to get that first kill. Meanwhile, Veroja, they bring in their Shadow Shaman. We saw just how many hexes, how many shackles he's able to put out in one single team fight. The Gyrocopter is able to push out the shadow damage. Pota is playing an Invoker. The Spellcaster of the spell, you know, the poster boy for the Spellcaster in Dota 2.
Yeah.
So he's able to unleash Sunstrikes, Cataclysms, just whole sets of spells on top of the other side, and you're not able to do a single thing about it.
Dire's middle
Even if you could do a thing about it, what would you do? Toss back, I guess, on the Brewmaster. They will get the Fear and the Terrorize down. They're looking for a quick kill on this Brew, and they will get it. Now the Yusufter is on Pota 2, out with the TP. They don't have enough damage to get through the BKB.
Abaddon OMQ is going for that Orchid. Perhaps that might change things. Their fight's still brewing.
Oh my goodness, B16 stuck, but CJ does have his BKB, so he will use it. Walk up forward, KNP is pretty tough to kill. Okay, well, you know, remember what I said about Ren dying? This is exactly what I meant, as Gyrocopter now has to turn around and manfight OMQ. They will finally get the kill, and now Juju stuck. There are buybacks committed for this team fight, and they're gonna have to win it if they can, but when Pota 2 comes with the big old meatball, it's a tasty dinner time for Pota 2, and he's been hungry this whole game, and boy, oh boy, has he been feasting.
Yeah, this game is kind of looking like it's a bit over.
Yeah.
Honestly, 23,000 net worth at the 30-minute mark. The fact is, the only reason they were able to get the kill on that Gyrocopter on CJ in the first place was because they had to commit their buyback on their Tiny and on their support. So it's not a good look when you're just getting controlled left, right, and center, can't fight back, can't dish out the damage, and your hope hinges on a Tiny. that, quite honestly, doesn't do much apart from the avalanche toss.
Yeah, I feel like this whole build with the phylactery blink would have been a lot better if Tiny was 7-1, not 1-7. Like
And
he is
it would
now.
have been, it would honestly, it would have been also been better if it was the other way around, right? The blink into phylactery rather than the phylactery into the blink.
Yeah.
Does feel like a lot of timings were missed because you couldn't go for some opening kills. You allowed Pota to farm, allowed Womi to farm, allowed the Gyrocopter to farm, and really this was a bed of their own making. They have to lie in it now. It's
Oh, Juju straight up is almost level 20 with 3 items in his inventory, and he's not even thinking about building an Aghanim Scepter because why would you at this point? You don't need it.
yeah, he's also okay. The level 20 down isn't like that strong, but I suppose the +1 kinetic field is pretty good.
There is some hunting going on to the Tiny as Brewmaster comes around. I believe Gyrocopter's hunting an Ancient Apparition at this point. But this is the dieback on the Tiny. I don't know if they're going to get it. Yeah, no, they're not. Instead, they're TPing over to Invoker, who BKB TPs away.
BKB was forced out, I suppose. It is now down to those 6 seconds. The Gyrocopter's BKB is also 6 seconds, so maybe if Carstensz force out both of these two BKBs and fight while they're on cooldown, perhaps they'll be able to find some nice pickoffs, maybe a turnaround for the temporary measure.
I think
Finding
the
a
problem
permanent
is,
solution is
with Afterburner on Gyrocopter, it's very hard to kite this BKB, even if it's only 60 second BKB. Holy smokes. That's a Win Dota 2 item. Yeah, it's just difficult to kite this guy now, especially with the glimpses and the spellcasting from Invoker. I don't know how you're going to do this.
and the Swift Blink, right? Is this
Yeah.
the Swift Blink plus the Afterburner? That is one fast helicopter.
Yeah, this is probably going to be the last team fight. I don't think. Oh my goodness! Wait, this Roshan is actually dying very quickly. They're gonna get this Roshan. OmQ picks it up with the blink and immediate hex down onto the Centaur Warrunner, and the AA blast will hit out on it too. But OmQ's ultimate is already over, and KNP is dead, so they have to get away. And it appears as though they will.
Not all that bad of a loss for the Aegis.
Yeah.
You make it out alive. You have 4 more minutes of some breathing space. They've gotten that oxygen cylinder in, but
Dire's middle tower is
they're still on life support, right? They're
tower is under
True.
Radiant's bottom tower is being attacked.
Pota has a refresher plate. Oh man, it
Oh.
yeah, it feels like they got scraps, and that's a very
OmQ!
Interesting-
Sunstrike!
okay.
Oh.
Well,
My goodness. Someone give Pota to a medal.
it's like Oliver Twist going for his, he asked for some more, and they actually give it to them, but then someone slaps the bowl out of his hand.
True. Terrible thing to do to someone on Christmas. Gyro?
It's a Christmas
And
spirit.
then they put the ball right
This
back
is-
into your hand and said, "Sorry, I didn't." It was a intrusive thought. I acted on it. My bad.
Oh,
That is.
it's a nice gate play. They might actually be able to catch the back line. Now they don't have the ice blast for this one for about 20 seconds.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I
Oh
think
no,
they're-
it's a Tormentor play.
Yeah, it's a Torm play. Yep. Also, Buhao has a BKB.
So
I
a
believe
full-
also that Buhao's originally was DB, if I'm not mistaken. I believe Buhao's DB.
that could be the case. That would be interesting.
Glimpse back on the Centaur. AA Blast committed on top of Buhao, but he's got the BKB, so he should be fine. KNP will not be fine to these stupid Brewlings. Omq can't turn around with the shield. Pota 2 finding an angle on Ren once again. I mean, once the Brewmaster comes out, maybe there's an angle, but again, it's Omq that's left alone. They will pop the refresher as well. He's got his ultimate going on Omq. Where'd he go? Oh, he blinked because he can do that. Yeah, he can cheat. Avalanche now on to 2, toss back, finds an angle. The Hex will stop the shackle, and now Invoker, he's stuck. He doesn't have another BKB. They have the vision as well, and I mean the TP is out is good for the 1, but Pota 2 with the Disciplining Blast won't stop the toss. Toltrus.
They formed without their gyrocopter. I mean, they were asking for trouble there, but they still had the advantage. They had Omq down with the borrow time on cooldown. The only problem was they were fighting in a choke point that made that avalanche from B4 extremely deadly. Very simple to land that 3-man avalanche, and once he did that, that toss took out the Shadow Shaman's HP, popped his innate. All they really had to do was run at Veroja to be able to get those teamfight wins. It is revealing some cracks in Veroja's lineup, but you have to keep in mind they're still very far ahead.
Yeah, they are.
The only problem is they don't have any barracks down. So Carstensz have a lot more of a leeway right now. There is a light at the end of the tunnel.
They also have a Bloodthorn on the Abaddon, and they, like when the BKB durations at this point are very low, and Gyrocopter did not go for the Manta style. So if the BKB is on, like if there's no BKB for Gyro, and Abaddon is within range with the Manta style and the Bloodthorn, CJ will likely die. CJ's life wasn't really under threat before unless he got caught 5v1. Now it's under threat in a 1v1.
Yeah, and you have to consider the fact that CJ doesn't have that Satanic.
Yeah.
Like he normally should. Right?
This SNY by purchase from Gyro makes no sense to me in this game. I don't know what this does. I don't think it does anything for you. I guess you're thinking about AA blast duration, but like, I know this is going to sound a little bit wacky, Toltrus, but I really think that a Wind Waker this game would have been a lot more useful on your hero.
For Carstensz?
For Gyrocopter. I know it's a very unique item to build, but the extra movement speed stacks with Afterburner, and because the Afterburner gives you flat movement speed, and also you can Wind Waker yourself when you're AA blasting instead of BKBing. So it kills the duration and you're fine, and there's no nullifiers on the Dire.
Well, I mean, someone else could go for the Wind Waker as well to give to the Gyro.
Also, Yule Scepter got Omega buffed because you can't target things that are invulnerable anymore. So, you know.
Yeah.
Interesting thing to think about.
But I'm wondering how Veroja do close this game out.
Right.
You know, are we in for a 60-minute game? Because the high ground play is very hard right now for Veroja, unless they get a freebie from the get-go, which I don't think they're going to get.
Well, speaking of freebies, they not only just got the tower, but they also got the glimpse back on Ren. He is forced to walk all the way back to oh my goodness. Uh-oh, you got to hold on to your to your BKB there, Womi. Forces it. He's got a gem too, and Omq is showing that he's dangerous.
They'll close out the wards. The melee barracks is most likely just going to replenish his HP. And there's no BKB on this Brewmaster, so maybe this is a good time to go for a smoke play and just wrap around onto Veroja.
They have a gem on the Centaur too, so it's gem on gem action. Buhao will stop the gank. They do spot him out immediately, but look at where the Tiny goes, right up onto the high ground, kind of close him down as well. The supports, where are the supports? Well, one of them gets their ultimate off in time. Omq meant to is caught in the backline. Dude, he doesn't have his team anywhere. He is alone on cue, isolated away from everybody. Can't quite get the second ultimate off, but the save from Centaur! Get out of here, Captain! I'm trying my best on cue, getting chased down. This Afterburner does too much work. And the repressure now popped from Pota 2, but he is dead. CJ gets an Ultra. They might not give him the nope, never mind. They're going to give him the Rampage. Maybe even a double Rampage here as the Gyrocopter will close the gap. It's a double Rampagio for Gyrocopter. And that team fight begins and ends with a very, very botched team fight. The fact that Omq was like on the high ground alone, 1v3, the team fight was scuffed from beginning, middle, and end. And now you're looking at these tier 4 towers under threat as the buybacks come out, but those are the only ones you will be seeing.
You said it right. I mean, Omq isolated on that high ground position. No ally beside him. KNP had to go in to try and save Omq, but that just resulted in KNP dying alongside him. And now they're gonna go for one last Hail Mary play.
Oh my goodness, he took so much damage, he didn't even get his ultimate off. Just a stop, and I'm wondering, Tolchus, if you know, in these best of 3 games, we get to see little bits of meta develop. I wonder if the Gyrocopter is currently the meta hero in this series.
Could very well be. Might be banned out, but I have a feeling if it's not banned, it's going to be picked up immediately. I will say that that Carstensz should just stick to playing stable meta, both heroes and itemize accordingly on their mid lane. It did seem like if before, you know, he had a splendid game in game number 1, and even in this game, despite of the poor itemization, he did find some really nice avalanche tosses. The only problem was he missed his timings. And you need to get your timings right against a lineup that you are going to be behind with in the late game, because you're playing an Abaddon into a Gyrocopter. I think there are multiple things that need to be fixed, but the good thing is none of those things require too much time to fix. I think you can adjust for those issues and have a good game in game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, it would be very disappointing for Carstensz to get knocked out this early, considering they were one of those upper bracket teams. They took on one of Ivory or YG. I can't remember which one, but it doesn't matter. IG and Ivory are like the teams that make the grand finals basically every season. It's not to say that a team can't do it this time around, right? Like, you know, you have to battle, and both of these teams seem to be battling their way through, but they've got a third game to battle into here. After we finish our break, you will be seeing
attacks on Ignatius Prophet, which do hurt, but don't pack a punch,
Yeah.
which is what you really need to synergize the Slardar with. So this is a bit of an awkward draft coming in by Carstensz. I do think that Indo's draft is much stronger. And with an Ember Spirit, I think they can dominate Carstensz.
I think another.
Or maybe even a puck. Like,
I
quite
was-
literally, in my opinion, I think Indo can pick up just about any stable, any meta mid hero and be a whole lot stronger.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think the Viper in this game particularly goes really hard.
Yeah.
The Caustic Bath ruins Slardar, Gyrocopter, and Aegis Prophet. All three cores really do not like the Bath at all. And it's really nice follow-up because you get the TB boots, so you can just follow your Meepo around, right? And the Spirit Breaker. So, Lina, again, for the same thing, I'm thinking of like a TP boots buyer in your mid lane, but they will go for the Ember, as you alluded to many times, even before any of these heroes were picked. Though, I will say, Ember does have a really tough matchup in the mid lane against the Nature's Prophet. It is very difficult for Ember just because of the Sprout spam and the fact that Nature's Prophet is the best hero model in Dota 2. So it's pretty difficult for him.
Yeah, but you do have an X factor. You do have the Spirit Breaker that can charge in towards the mid lane to help
Yep.
his Ember Spirit out. Tidehunter is relatively a really tanky hero, so you can leave Womi alone for tiny bits of time. Can't leave him be completely because again we have a Gyrocopter with that afterburner, and the Tidehunter, Centaur, all of those heroes, melee heroes, despite of being tanky, do suffer against that barrage. So you're right. It is going to be a bit of a tough laning phase for Indo. I think even on their off lane, right? Slardar versus Meepo, Slardar should be dominating that lane as well.
Yeah.
But out of the laning phase, I think Indo Rejects will have a stronger early to mid game.
I actually think I kind of like Carstensz draft a bit more. Gyrocopter is 2-0 so far in this series, so
Yeah.
very important to keep that in mind. But Slardar, I think I'm very high on Slardar. I think Slardar is one of the most undervalued heroes in the current meta. He Corrosive Haze turns any carry into like dealing good damage to dealing massive damage. And
Yeah.
when you Corrosive Haze a Meepo, you're doing two things. One, you're making it easier to kill him, which is obviously really important. But number two, you're making it obvious what Meepo to kill. And that alone is
Yeah.
incredible. Like, it's the same thing as dooming a Meepo. Like, it's basically a kill this one, right? When you have that power, and you have a Gyrocopter and a Nature's Prophet with the right clicks, the damage that they're going to be pumping into that Meepo, it's going to die in very quick succession. Also, the synergy with the Corrosive Haze with the Hoodwink, Acorn Shot is an illegal spell, and it becomes twice as illegal when you have no armor and it's hitting you twice or three times, right? So, like, even if Ren doesn't necessarily go for the right click, Hoodwink, carry scaling build, and he just goes normal, like, I don't know, Gleipnir or whatever, it's still gonna do a lot of damage. So, I do think the Slaughter is kind of a big piece of glue that sticks this dire lineup together, and even then you have the save support for the Pugna. The Nether Ward this game is going to be very problematic. Hoodwink break for the Tidehunter as well to stop the Purges, and all in all, I think it looks really good for them.
I mean, you're right, Blade. Everything you said is very logical,
Well, if you say so.
but you're giving Veroja what they want, right? You're giving Veroja their Meepo, and sure, Slardar, great laning phase matchup even later on with the Corrosive Haze. Gyrocopter is naturally strong against the Meepo. You have the Hoodwink Sharpshooter, massive amounts of damage coming out. Nature's Prophet as well with the Blade Mail means that Meepo can't hit him.
Yeah.
But the simple fact is, you're giving Carstensz or you're giving Veroja a hero that they are the most successful with. Even a team like Yangon Galacticos cannot beat CJ on his Meepo. So it's like giving Liquid their Kez and then wondering what went wrong.
Or shout out TI 22, where Collapse got Magnus like 4 times in the grand finals.
Yeah. It's It's a
then,
good hero. You can try to play around it, but at the end of the day, he has his Magnus. What are you really gonna do about that?
oh, you're gonna get abducted on cooldown. To be fair, the shard at that time was Omega busted. I'm glad they nerfed it.
But
A
let's
long
see,
time
because
since then.
OMQ did get that first blood going his way.
Yeah.
A strong early game head start for the gyrocopter. And not to mention, the laning phase for, like we mentioned, is just a whole lot stronger for Carstensz. So maybe they can snowball off of that.
Yeah. I think when you have the heroes like the Meepos and the Ember Spirits of the world, you are kind of relying a little bit on that early game matchup. But with the Afterburner and the Rocket Barrage for OMQ, sure you don't have like a glimpse or anything, but the Pugna will make sure that you don't die, and also you're topped up on just general tower pushing pressure as well that the Pugna is really good for, which you have the Nature's Prophet with as well. These objectives are, if you take a fight in a really bad location on the Radiant, your objectives are going to fall very quickly, and Spirit Breaker doesn't actually have a charge, so kind of wandering around a little bit, confused and dazed.
Yeah, he really has nowhere to go, honestly.
Yeah.
He's gonna be struggling for some experience, as even Wome towards that top side, just barely 6 CS for the Tidehunter. As OMQ, he is continuing to dominate on this top side, and there's not much that the Tidehunter or the Spirit Breaker will be able to do about this.
Yeah. Yeah, double melee lane into a Pugna is already, like, makes you not want to play the game anymore, and then you're doing it into a gyrocopter as well. It's just so brutal. And we've been seeing this draft strategy, I believe it was Carstensz doing it, where they first pick 2 cores, and then they give their supports good matchups in the lane. And I really like the strategy. I think a lot of teams, they'll pick their cores later, they get their supports out early, but prioritizing supports in your draft is definitely a really interesting strategy that they've gone with, and it's going to end up getting a kill on the Tidehunter.
Was definitely some time coming, right?
Yeah.
It's not even a situation where even if you get experience, things will change for you, or you'll happen to be better off in the lane. That's just simply not going to happen. As even on that mid lane, Pota may be at the very top of that CS chart, but he's being pushed out.
With levels, this becomes a lot more difficult for Pota too. And although there is a nice kill bottom, the Ember Spirit will still struggle. There is going to be a charge in mid, but I don't think you finish this, especially because, he's under the tower. Though you might want to fort the wave or something. Okay, he will finish the charge.
No mana on the Ember Spirit, so there's really no way to get the kill. Surprising that actually Carstensz brought in the numbers for a counterplay. They brought Hard L in and the Hoodwink. But a Hard L may be wondering, he may be lost without the purpose, because he's like, what do I do on that top side? My gyro is just completely obliterating this Tidehunter.
10 CS up on the Tide. Bottom lane is going
CJ
okay.
on that bot lane,
Yeah.
he does have the extra Meepo here. He has one clone up. Slaughter isn't dominating the Meepo like I thought he would be, especially with the Hoodwink and an Ancient Apparition that can't offer all that much to CJ. But this should be the priority target for Carstensz. We were talking about the global teleportation ability of the Nature's Prophet. You can make a play on CJ.
They're looking for it too. They even brought the Pugna down here, and the pump fake on the TP was there. But you gotta get the pick off. You gotta start it off somehow. CJ obviously with those voice lines. Yeah, the TP comes out again. They are looking for CJ, and they will get the stun out as well. They have the crush on top of it. CJ doesn't get out though. They do successfully find him, and the money bags.
Yeah, it's the Nature's Prophet. As CJ was just I think a half a second away from being able to get that teleport. He actually brought a lot of space for himself.
Yeah.
In between of that fight, it was a valiant effort. Unfortunately, the amount of numbers that you bring in this early on, there's just nothing you can do about that. And Carstensz, they're hitting their win condition. They are snowballing. They got the first tier 1 tower down very early. Didn't slow down the gyrocopter's farm at all. And now they can look to pressure some of these other tier 1 towers.
At 44 CS, by the way, my lucky number, for anybody that was curious what Plate's lucky number is, as gyrocopters hit a very important timing. And that Falcon Blade at around the 5 to 6 minute mark. And, you know, we'll be interested to see what kind of itemization he wants to go for. Treads, obviously, to help you in your mana. But in mid...
Veroja's gonna fall.
Yeah, I don't know why he was this deep, but he was. Decided that he wanted to be part of the action. Nice stun, but again, Pota 2's probably fine. He's got remnants for days.
What heck? He'll use the Searing Chains on the Nature's Prophet before teleporting back. But he's not... Okay, this is strange. He does teleported back late, and his Remnant, his only way back into the lane is very deep.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really respect this TP, or this Remnant back, I don't think. As you can
Ardell was
imagine.
simply walking around it.
Yeah.
Without supports by his side. No Shrine of Wisdom play to happen this time around. Veroja will secure his team shrine. Level 3 on the Spirit Breaker. It is rough, but not that bad.
Oh, they are looking
Especially
for
if
a
they can get this
gank
kill.
underneath. Yeah, this is a big kill to get Pota 2, finding the correct angle with the help of Juju. And now they'll tip him. It's payback. It's not payback because they were tipping him last game, but
Yeah. It's more like pay. Just pain.
Yeah, just pain.
Falcon Blade up for the Gyrocopter. This is one of the games where I would agree that a Manta style may be the way to go about it, especially against those Searing Chains,
Yeah.
the Meepo's nets that come out, even the Ancient Aberrations freeze. So a good Manta style game, but you have to consider that you will need damage. And it turns out on Q, he has decided that this of all games is the one game where he doesn't want to queue up a Manta style.
You can actually use Manta to dodge the charge as well, if you're the target.
You can also use it to dislodge the Nether Strikes
You can.
cost time animation.
Yeah.
You can buy yourself space. So it does feel like that is a really good item this game. I'm not sure why OmQ doesn't like it. Maybe he just realizes that CJ will have that early Aghanim Scepter, so he needs to have some damage output for when they need to fight, as he may be required to fight a lot earlier on than he would like to.
Well, the standard build for gyrocopters is to go Falcon Blade Treads, Crystallis, and then Aghanim Scepter. And when you're having a game where you have 60 CS at 8 minutes, you'd normally go for the standard stuff because that's kind of the tried and true method of the hero, right? Like, you don't need to do anything fancy, you just stick to the principles. And he's probably going to have like 80 or so CS, 90 even, by the time 10 minutes rolls around with the flat cannon spam. So, I mean, I don't mind this. I know, like, maybe you can always get it later. It's always going to be a good Manta style game, even if you don't get it like early, right? But I think for him, it's just about the farming speed, because Crystallis Aghanim Scepter gives you much quicker farming speed than a Manta style, right? And when you're this far ahead and you know that the only thing you have to do in this game is out carry a Meepo, you're going to do everything in your power to get as much money as possible to stay ahead of the Meepo's heightened farming capacity. The fact that the Meepo can have like 8 different, be in 10 different places looking for kills and also farming group camps.
And in a bit of a contrast, there is actually a very significant buff indirectly for the Meepo. The Disperser now applies a basic dispel on your target as well as yourself, right? Yeah. So normally where you would need a nullifier against a Decrepify, now the Meepo, because he is a natural hero for building up something like a Disperser, can cancel that Decrepify with that Disperser, and he'll have the effect on himself. So you no longer need a nullifier for Veroja to counter out that Decrepify. You'll have a natural counter against it just by the natural itemization the Meepo is going to go for.
There's also kind of a secret. There's also another like really niche secret buff, but the fact that the Diffusal Blade no longer affects illusions, but it still works on the Meepo heroes.
Yeah,
Makes it
it's
actually,
interesting.
it doesn't change the outlook of the item at all for him. It still does the mana burning that you
Might make
would
Meepo the
expect.
strongest counter through the Medusa, right? Where in a situation where the anti-mage is always going to be banned if you're playing for the Medusa, but normally a team would want to not have a Phantom Lancer. That
Yeah,
is the second strongest counter. But now with the change to Diffusal Blade, like you mentioned, maybe this Meepo will be the strongest counter to a Medusa in
I
that
think
sense.
Slark is probably the second strongest counter to Medusa, in my opinion. Especially New Slark. New Slark is really good.
New Stark is pretty, especially in the letter patch that we got.
Yeah,
His salty shift has been buffed up. I've been enjoying it a lot, just maxing it out in the laning phase. It's quite fun to play with.
yeah, yeah. Just stealing the very limited HP and regen of the Medusa and the fact that you get so many stacks from it being urinate now.
I just make a orb of corrosion,
Yep.
get a windlace up as well, and the three move far rather five movement speed that you steal because it's now buffed up is considerable. They're trying to
So
guess the
funny.
gyrocopter's net worth. Buhao is actually impressively close.
10K?
Okay, FC. Uh,
Is KFC a big thing out in the like Indonesia?
I'm not sure. It's a relatively big thing in Asia in general,
Is it?
from what I've seen, yeah, and the Middle East. I'm assuming that based on my travel history and which is obviously not doesn't span a lot of places. Like I've
I see.
been to a few countries, but I haven't. Countries are massive,
The
so
farthest place I've been from home is Cuba.
no, that's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, Cuba's pretty neat. We've smuggled some sand back.
Radiant's
Got a
top
jar of
Did you?
Cuban
Did you?
sand.
I'll tell you perhaps the wildest fact about Cuba.
What?
Because and this interests me because I'm a medical student, or rather, I'm a doctor now, but I was a medical student when I learned the fact.
Right.
Cuba has a lung cancer vaccine, like a vaccine
Straight up.
with a 60% effectiveness rate.
Well,
Yeah,
60% is really high for a cancer vaccine. Holy smokes.
it's in FDA trials right now.
Well, Nature's Prophet has a 0% chance of surviving that one no matter what vaccine he took. He's gonna need to get an Ember and a Spirit Breaker vaccine. I don't think they have those in
Maybe
the
he died
shop.
because he didn't take the vaccine.
True. It is preventative medicine.
Radiant
Yeah,
top
it's
is under attack.
needs a vaccine for the burn.
True.
As there's an amplified damage rune, and the vessel almost built up for Pota. The Veroja are coming off to some good power spikes, and sure, the Nature's Prophet was strong against the Ember Spirit, but Pota is 3-0.
Yeah, yeah. This landing stage, I feel like the rotation that B16 did bottom was completely necessary, but it also gave the space for Pota 2 to get an extra like couple of creep waves, and the fact that they took the tower bottom as well to stay just meant that Pota 2 got an extra level or so.
I see Varys' name brought up quite a bit. It seems like all these pro players know Varys. It's interesting.
I think all of them have played with Varese at some point.
Yeah, I remember I was casting a tournament just a few days ago, and someone started talking about playing futsal with Varys, and I'm like, guys, what is going on?
Pause reason
But
is
I
so
do know
funny.
that someone from the Reconic squad, and I'm very happy for them, obviously. Someone from the Reconic squad did get married recently. So
Oh,
perhaps, I don't know if it's
congrats.
Varys or not, but
Good for them.
perhaps that's not that is why they didn't compete in one of the recent EPLs. I'm not sure. But right now, of course, they're boot camping. They have some big tournaments lined up. I
Yeah.
think they're going to be playing in India soon with the Asia Predator League.
I will say
think
Reconics
that's
have
what it's
been
called.
playing very well. They've been playing in a league of their own compared to a lot of the competition here. They would have dominated this tournament, I would have imagined. They've been playing very well.
it definitely seems like Reconics are on a pathway or on a very, steady pathway to just work hard and improve.
Yeah.
And working hard is something, because I do a bit of content on the side. I interview players and coaches. So I spoke to Adam, or 343, the current coach for OG. He mentioned that working hard is the differentiating factor in whether or not a pro team or a pro player is going to go far in Southeast Asia, because
Yeah.
that is the one thing that people don't take too seriously, and it really hurts your progress.
I mean, like the amount of time and practice that the pro players put into crafting their Dota skills, it truly like 15 hours a day. Some of these days that these guys go through, just like watching video and practicing and theory crafting, and like we don't get to see any of this stuff. We just see the fun bits, but there's a lot of work that gets put in the behind the scenes that we maybe unfortunately or unfortunately don't see, because there's a lot of that I think a lot of players back home could really improve on, right? Like there is a right
Yeah.
and wrong way to practice, not just in Dota, but in a lot of things. So getting used to
And
those good
that
habits.
also, it also, there is a point where at which I start sympathizing for someone that isn't able to put in that amount of
Yeah,
hard work, because quite honestly, 12 hours, 14 hours, 15 hours of just playing Dota, thinking about Dota all the time, practicing theory crafting, all of that means you don't have very much of a life.
no.
And
Well,
being cooped up in a room on a PC, playing the same thing over and over again is
yeah,
grueling. You really need to have some, solid support system in order to actually make that kind of thing work out.
Starting to
Yep.
feel a bit nutty.
yeah, for sure. I'm just wondering, EPL sometimes gets a team that sneaks into TI. A few years ago, Team Zero, who had played in the Chinese EPL League, made it to TI or made it through TI qualifiers. And then recently, in the most recent one, Team Nemesis made it into TI, the play-in round to get to the main stage. They unfortunately didn't do anything, but they still made it there, which is more than 99.99% of teams or players can say.
Dyer's
And
middle
Nemesis has a revamped roster now as well. I'm
Yeah.
excited to see what they can actually bring with 23 Savage now in their lineup. But let's see. They'll have plenty of opportunities. Of course, there's some qualifiers already. As soon as January starts, we'll have qualifiers come out again.
Yep. 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 Once the new year begins, that is normally a hotbed for competitive Dota 2. But right now, it's not even the new year, and we got a hotbed of competitive Dota in front of us, right? This series has gone to the 3 games, and you look at the scoreboard, 4-4 tied at this 10-minute mark. Storyline keeps progressing with this gyrocopter, amplifying its, their farming speed, and as we both said, we both noted that the Manta style for the gyro would have been the probably correct itemization, and that's now the item of choice for gyro. So
I wonder if Carstensz are slowing down things a bit too much, though. You have the Chrysalis, and sure, KNP is about to have his Blink Dagger, and I think the first item, Blink Dagger Rush for the starter, is probably the best idea right now. Just
Yeah.
go constantly play aggressive, and perhaps look to pick up some kills. Slow down Pota, because you need to slow down this Ember Spirit.
the blink is going to be coming soon
structures have been fortified.
for the slaughter. A smoke wraparound is going to get spotted by Ren. And KNP is just waiting for this blink. It's not here yet, so the decrypt will come out, but unfortunately, too little and very much too late. Looking for some angles here. They will get the illusion rune down and the net on top of the slaughter. Nobody's going to TP into this. Nice stun by... Oh my gosh, they did TP in. And there's a gyrocopter here. Everybody's coming in. But there goes the Ravage on the back line. And just like that, it's a team wipe. Okay, this game is looking very hard now. This game just went from decent to impossible.
Yeah, a full team wipe at the 11-minute mark, 2,000 of gold, 641 going towards CJ, and you eat a full 5-man Ravage despite of that being your initiation. It is very rough now, even though it's only going to be a 2 to 3,000 net worth advantage. The problem is you just gave away so much tempo to CJ. He has that diffusal blade, isn't he farming up? Tidehunter's made a full recovery. Pota is nearly unstoppable. He'll take out the Pugna on his own, but needs to be careful.
He's going a little bit deep. The bash is there, and he doesn't respect the Pugna. Pugna disrespecters rejoice. Dude, this hero needs to be locked away forever.
He does.
I actually hate playing against Pugna more than I hate playing against old Tinker. That's saying something. I hated old Tinker. Every time I would sometimes rage quit even before the game finished playing against old Tinker. Because this Pugna here, or because it was broken, and now I'm seeing this Pugna hero, and I'm like, I can't do anything. Well, this time Pugna can't do anything.
Yeah,
that was very therapeutic to me, actually. I can watch
they
that
do
all day.
bring the lead back. It's still, you know, Omq is still farming away. That is the silver lining. He is at the very top of the net worth chart and is doing very well for himself. He can be the difference maker. The only thing now is they'll have to worry about that Tidehunter. He'll have that Scepter with the AoE gush coming in, the slows from the Ember too. It's not going to be easy. I do think that Carstensz have the harder win condition to achieve.
They do have really good tower push though, Tolters. You have the Pugna, you have the Nature's Prophet, and the Gyrocopters, no slush up pushing towers as well. So if you do take fights in the right places, you can make it count. The break will hit the Tidehunter. He's out with the TB, but they have the bash. And this is a TP rotation, actually, a full 5-man to get the Wisdom Shrine, but it's going to get collapsed on. Porta 2 flanking from the rear. Blink forward once again, CJ will get caught, but unfortunately it's the Pugna. Hit with some stuns, AA Blast, they're going to commit everything to get rid of this Pugna. In the backline though, the Ember Spirit getting caught, a little bit caught. KNP needs some help, Black Cannon now coming in, CJ's taking a lot of damage, CJ's dead! The Flak Cannon and the Corrosive Haze doing way too much work. Nice stun from the Slaughter, and you can see the damage from OMQ with the casual Chrysalis and the minus armor from the Slaughter. Doing so much work. I do believe also they did get the Wisdom Shrine. So, you know, the whole game being impossible from that team wipe, apparently we're liars.
Radiant's middle tower is under siege.
Well, I mean, CJ did end up going down. It was a great fight, but you have to consider that has happened before the Mega Meepo is there.
Yep.
And in about 1200 gold, you'll have the Mega Meepo, and that fight becomes 5 times as hard to achieve. So it's still, I think Carstensz need to win fights like that for the next 2 or 3 team fights in order to have a consistent lead, in order to have a lead that will make them feel comfortable. Because this is, these fights, this 10-minute window right now that they are going to be playing in is going to be a very uncomfortable position.
The Slaughter is just like, the minus armor is so important. It got CJ killed, got Porta 2 killed, and Porta 2 got Hard L killed. Because he did it himself. There's going to be a charge on Hoodwink, looking for some sort of angle, except KNP is kind of caught off sides. It's a really nice bushwhack. Okay, they will miss the ultimate. B16 trying to come in with a little bit of an angle here, but here comes OMQ. With the Flat Cannon, Manta Style has been finished up as well, and now they turn their attention over to the Meepo, who got caught again. CJ's best hero is getting annihilated by the Slaughter Gyrocopter combination.
Yeah, and it really makes no sense why they're choosing to fight. Why not choose to farm for the big power spikes? It's
well, they're also fighting
it's very lackluster.
There's no Ravage, right?
it kind of played. It kind of reminds me of that game number 1, where Veroja, they were off doing their own things,
Yeah.
and you can't have that in a decider game, in a game of elimination.
I think for me the biggest thing is like this Tidehunter Yomi objectively doing the correct thing by ignoring everything that's going on and just hitting his item timings. I kind of wish the rest of the team would just follow suit and like, buy their items, right? Get the Mega Meepo, get the Blink Dagger on the Meepo, you get your Egg Interceptor on the Tide. Proto 2 looks to finish his Kaya, maybe get, Sanjin Kaya or whatever he wants to build. And then you go for a play, right? Like you don't need, there's no pressure on you right now. You can just get your timings. When you get your timings, win the team fight, take the Roshan. Bob's your uncle, you're on the path to success, but instead you're taking all these team fights and you keep giving Omq this incredibly large lead.
Yeah, it's really a rough look when you're not able to recognize what your relevant power spikes are, and really there's no excuse for that because you have ran this composition dozens of times.
Yeah.
And maybe even hundreds of times if you compare, practice strategies and whatnot. So, but Carstensz, they're doing an amazing job at applying pressure. Look at them now, over on towards Womi.
Womi's not the target though. Will rip the oh, I don't know if that was the Ravage of, I don't know if I would have ravaged that. That was a little bit unfortunate in my opinion. RL will keep getting some healing out, but they are playing into it a little bit. Omq is here finally, trying to wait in the wings. And that will now show themselves, but you did bait the Ravage, and that kind of opens up an opportunity to, I was going to say do Tormentor, but it's not up yet, so I don't know. Maybe just split up and farm and relax.
I mean, the Tormentor will be up the same time the Ravage will be, so
Yeah.
it's still hard. Perhaps they're going to calculate for it. At the very least, you should be able to set up for the Tormentor before the Ravage is up, so they will have that advantage. But let's see, CJ finally coming to his senses, has farmed up the Aghanim Scepter, has the Mega Meepo, now going for that dispersion.
They're charging this Nature's Prophet, and they know about it. They were baiting it.
Speaking of Nature's Prophet, he has decided not to go for that. What is his build?
This is, okay, well here's the thing. I'm about
Okay, he's
to...
going to make a Manta. He's going to make a Manta.
Yeah. So, Nature's Prophet is just like, he's an item stick with a global teleport. I'm pretty sure Nature's can buy any item in Dota 2, and if it's a good game for the item, it's going to be good on him. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter what he builds.
I mean, his stat gain is insane, so...
Yeah, and his hero model is also insane. So, like... It's like a combination of everything. And he has a global teleport. Like, you can just kind of do whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. As long as you're not feeding doing it. And he's not. He's 2, 3, and 7, so...
Apparently my maths failed me again. The Ravage is on cooldown. They're still gonna make a play.
Dude, this is a really good AA blast. The Dire will get this this Tormentor, but you gotta pounce. Everybody's gotta get away. Yeah, the Pugna will die. You need to stop and not lose as much as you can possibly do so. Pota 2? Stuck in the stuns, went a little bit too deep, but there is gonna be the charge available. Nice pick off from the Nature's Prophet here. He wasn't on the Tormentor.
There's a charge on the Hoodwink.
Yep, looking for that angle, will get it.
And now maybe they fight here. It's a 3v2.
It is a 3v2. They will pop the Ravage as well. Just all-inning this Gyrocopter right now as the homing missile lands on top of Yomi, and they also have the Mega Meepo. Throws out one, and that will leave the last of the Dire. The Nature's Prophet not able to man fight the Mepo, and that was a beautiful Ravage, just a really nice play, but it really, the unsung hero of that team fight, Juju, at AA Blast, insane.
And the charges that came in later on, really surprising that Carstensz did not recognize the fact that the Spear Breaker would be charging in. I mean, you have a Spear Breaker alive, you're in vision, the fight has already been going on for quite a while. Surely you're gonna get hit by a charge sooner or later, so maybe you should decide to disengage when you know the Ravage was not used and is probably off of cooldown.
Also, the wards from the Dire don't do anything. This ward is so deep on the Tormentor. You gotta put it farther up or in the lane to like spot the charge coming in. Maybe if they had that, they could have played around a little bit better. But the fact that it's so deep doesn't give you that much to play around with. It's all stuff you would see anyway by your hero models being there. Charge now on the Nature's Prophet. Never mind, he's fine.
Oh no!
Oh, CJ.
Yeah, that got a bit too close for comfort.
Yep.
But they'll actually head over inside of the Roshan pit, and because CJ is over on that top side, perhaps it's not going to work. No, but the charge plate, it has spotted out that Roshan attempt, so they know that this is happening.
Oh, but the Radiant Scan's not gonna. The Radiant scan doesn't click. It doesn't connect. The smoke play. This is so dicey now. They must think that they're in the pit. It might have caught somebody that was still in the pit lingering, but you can tell nobody in the Dire is in there. It's a bait. And they're gonna know it's a bait too, but Pota 2 wants to force something here.
Going up that high ground is so risky for Pota.
You're not doing it.
Yeah, he's gonna get chain stunned.
Oh, unfortunately, Pugna. Shun, his face in the wrong spot. Pota 2 does get hit with a lot of stuns. At some point, you just have to commit nice sleight of fist dodge on the Hoodwink Sharpshooter that may have taken his life.
Surprisingly, they used the call down for it. Sure, it's only 60 seconds, but you're down without a Pugna for 20, and it is Veroja getting a lot of space here.
They are getting the winning position over this Roche pit, and getting the enemy high ground is a very big. Oh my gosh, that stun is insane from Red. Dodges left, but the last net will catch him. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness gracious sakes. He's still getting charged though. Ain't no way this guy lives.
He's dead.
Yeah, he doesn't live. No. A lot of tower shots all at once on the Spirit Breaker.
The worst nightmare for the Hoodwink is the fact that you're gonna get charged.
Yeah.
top
On
side?
cue? Oh gosh. Hey, you don't have a BKB. You're dead.
This is the problem with the Manta. It is a necessary item against the Earthbind. But the problem is there are 5 Earthbinds.
Yeah, I know.
You know?
And the steering chains, like, you need a BKB too, at some point.
B4 has that Mjolnir, but the only question is, building up a damage dealing Nature's Prophet plus a gyrocopter, is it going to work out? Because it does come at the cost of sustaining a team fight. And eventually you'll have a double Ravage coming out from Womi.
Oh, look at CJ hunting the perfect targets at the perfect moments. I think YG were onto something when they banned this hero.
Yeah, and the times where they don't ban it, they lose, so...
True.
It's actually multiple teams that have fallen prey to this CJ's Meepo. It's Ivory as well. You just cannot give this hero up.
Well, it doesn't have a 100% win rate, Tolshus.
Depends, you know, I would have actually imagined in the games that CJ can't win with the Meepo, it's not the Meepo.
Fair. CJ will find Ren again in the back line.
You know, I've seen this playbook so many times, I can tell you how much exact HP CJ will have when he is 5 or 6 slotted. And the answer is not going to look too good for Carstensz.
Yeah.
Because pretty soon this Meepo will have around 6,000 plus HP that you're going to have to take down.
True. If he was playing Trio Protector offlane and he had a Echo Saber Aghanim Scepter at this point, he would have 8.5k HP. Unless they nerfed it.
I don't think they nerfed it.
Because I've been playing with a buddy of mine that is running a lot of offlane Treant. And it's a lot. It's more than Mega Meepo. But the Meepo is just a better hero in like games like this where the cheese is required. First pick Meepo, by the way. 8, 3, and 5.
Yeah, the Ags has not been changed for... In fact, they actually buffed up the Treant.
They buffed it? Oh no.
Not the Ags, but just his overall
just-
spells.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's what he needed.
The damage block has been increased from 100 to 120, which is pretty cool, very good. And the cooldown has been decreased. So,
Okay.
wow.
That's good to know.
That's interesting. Yeah.
That's good to
Yeah,
know
that's-
what my pubs are going to be like forever. This dire lineup is now cooked up in their base. I think they're at a loss about what to do. They don't know. You know, they kept getting picked off when they were farming alone outside of the base, but you do have to farm. You can't just sit around and, you know, get cooked up.
These towers are going to get pushed in, and the problem is, even though you're playing with a split pushing Nature's Prophet, you're not able to split push the map. The walls are caving in around you. Even before, he's dead. Oh, he's so dead.
He looks fine to me. You know what? Close your eyes and open them up again in 60 seconds. And he'll be fine.
The tips again. Come on,
Again.
guys.
Yeah, they're so funny.
Oh man.
It's impossible to split farm against a Spirit Breaker with a Ember. That's an AA blast onto 2 cores, and just like that, you pop your BKB. But for what, my friend? Yomi's finding these angles, and Pota 2 is coming in with the assist. It might have been a team wipe, but cooler heads prevail, and they're gonna go for towers instead.
This is the problem. You know, if you're a pro team and you're wondering, why do YG and Ivory ban the Meepo against CJ? Well, this is why. And every team goes through this. Every team plays against Veroja, don't ban the Meepo, and realize
We should have banned the
the
Meepo.
error in their ways. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, you know.
This is
It's
kind
like
of
that
like
copy pasta, one of the most famous copy pastas in the game, right? You don't ban this hero because you think you can win, and then you end up losing, something like that. I don't exactly remember, but it started with Alliance. It started with people not respecting the Nature's Prophet on Admiral Bulldog, and realizing they should.
Dyer's middle barracks.
Guess who they found again? Guess which unfortunate soul was found once more.
Oh man, and the fact is, he's the only one that can actually leave the base, right?
Well, Red tried, and that didn't work out for him, and now Pota 2's up into the high ground. He's decided, hey, I want some fun. I want to have some, you know, killing opportunities here. And here comes the Meepo saying, me too. I'm not done yet. They don't have a Ravage, but that is a really big life drain. There is still an Aegis on the Meepo. The BQB piercing stun comes in. Mega Meepo is still available. He's not even close to dying here at this point as Pota 2 continues to juke and jive in between these tier 4 towers. The Radiant will sit and ponder how they plan on closing this game out. Into the fountain they go with the Meepo. Mega Meepo is up, and the Gyrocopter, that's not where you want to be. KNP now with that buyback, just trying to
6,000 HP
hang
played.
on for dear life. There's the Ravage in the middle of the base. That's a team wipe, and I mean, 8 B6, B16, he's here. That means there's another opportunity to fountain dive. You gonna do it? You gonna fountain dive? Yeah, Pota 2 is gonna fountain dive.
Oh, I mean, this is as over as it gets, honestly.
Yeah.
There's no buybacks available. There's 6,000 HP on this Meepo, and even without the Mega Meepo, he has 3,500 HP. How do you kill him? it's not just CJ as well, right? It's also Womi who is incredibly farmed up, the Ember Spirit, and unfortunately for Carstensz, more likely than not, they are going to be eliminated here today. 98% win probability for Indonesia.
98, but it's not 100? Are you kidding me? I
It
mean,
never
at
goes
this
to
point,
100.
oh my goodness, come on, Dota. Yeah, that's it. This game's over. GG's and Carstensz in a very unceremonious, just. Oh wait, it was No, Carstensz lose this game very unceremoniously. I thought after game one, Carstensz would have had the momentum to go all the way, but Veroja really put the work in and
Yeah,
just
it's
slapped them around silly.
and for any team that is going to be doing their homework against Veroja in the lower bracket, really should just ban out the Meepo, right? It's not even something that you can leave up to the second phase ban. Just ban it out in the very first phase, because this Veroja are a team that will first pick the Meepo because they're that confident with this hero. Overall, a very nicely played series from both sides, and for Carstensz, really do hope that they can come back for another EPL season, and hope that we can get to cover them next time around.
Yeah, it was an unstoppable force meets an immovable object in this game, right? The Gyrocopter was 2-0 heading into this game in the series, and CJ's Meepo was the final boss, but unfortunately CJ Meepo was just a little bit too strong. He received 90,000 damage. I keep forgetting how inflated the numbers get. The damage numbers get when there's a Meepo in the game, because, the hero is broken fundamentally. But you know what? Broken hero or not, in the hands of CJ, it definitely shone through. Very, very nicely done by Veroja completely. I think game 2 was really solid. Game 3, they caught Carstensz off guard, right? Like, you get the charges on isolated targets. You know the Nature's Prophet is going to be farming anywhere, like on the opposite side of the map, and eventually it's going to catch up to you with those, the charges, the TPs, and the Ancient Apparition AA Blast. Toltris, is there anything else you want to say about the series before we head into a quick break and get the second series of today underway?
No, it was a good end. I mean, well, not really a good end. I would have hoped to see a bit more of a back and forth in game number 3, but at the end of the day, it's a high pressure scenario in the lower bracket. But that was, we have many more matches to come out in the current remaining Season 4 EPL Southeast Asia, and I can't wait to see who actually comes out on top. Hope maybe we'll even have a different champion this time around. Who really knows?
Maybe. I mean, it always seems like it's Ivory or YG that you have to beat, so if you can get into the grand finals, who knows what'll happen. But for everybody watching, thank you so much. That is it for Plate and I. I was gonna say Plate and I. It's not Plate and I. It's Toltris and I. I'm Plate. Hi. Next series is going to be Komodo versus How To 123, and you will be joined by Dodai and Yuhang for that cast. So thank you so much for watching this one. The next one is going to be up in about 10 minutes or so. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for some more lower bracket EPL action.
who's holding the Hoot Storm. Yeah, I want to save it until he uses TP, but Case just jumping around inside the tree. And finally, Panda activate his Stampede. Playing with the Case right here. Of course, gain another extra speed. And Case use the Raven's Veil and to TP out. And right here, Troll might be in trouble. Ulti is ready, but has no BKB. You need to be careful. Dragonite jump in. The kill on the Queen Mask going down as well. QOP buyback to rejoin the fight. Mozart charging in, trying to kill the Troll. And the Dragon Knight already TP out. Shadow Demon getting going on here by Mozart, but the Ice Platform miles away, keeping the Shadow Demon alive. And Troll jump back in. Secure the kill on the Case with the ulti form. And maybe the ulti attack speed and a GG's drop coming from the Dire team from Komodo. Yes, 1, 2, 3. And the game at 26 minutes with 30,000 goal advantage. This is a very one-sided game, and once again, Yash 1, 2, 3 showing they are the better team.